You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. It's a tiny computer, and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Sunday, May 25th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. First thing right at the gate, just been on my mind today. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody out there in this community who has stuck with us through thick and thin, who has been there to support this platform, who is the very reason that this platform exists in the first place. You know, who just believe in the mission of what we're trying to do. It's a really profound thing to think about, as after all that we continue to go through, and I have no doubt we will have more trials and tribulations to go through as this continues. But just it's profound to think about what we've done together. And that includes you. Everybody out there listening. No matter whether you ever sent $1 or not, just the fact that you're here and you support this platform and what we're trying to accomplish, just simply objective truth. And I just want you to know that I value that more than you could possibly know, to everybody out there who's continued to support this platform. And just that we built something. You know, we've built something. The Last American Vagabond is a platform, the different groupings and platforms and things through, you know, everyone that's worked with us and we've supported, that they've grown beyond that and their platforms have succeeded. You know, what we've grown into is something very profound. Something that the point that I'm getting at, I think, is that something that is superseding us. Something that will continue. And I don't even mean just the larger independent media. I mean what we're doing here as the Last American Vagabond and what we as a community are trying to accomplish. This is something that if I somehow disappear tomorrow, I don't even mean in various ways. Let's just say I just stop doing this. You guys will carry that torch. You guys will continue to try to reach people with objective, nonpartisan information. I just think it's pretty damn profound. You know, like I think we've talked about in the past a lot about redefining what success looks like in what we do, knowing that it's never just going to be like, we did it, it's over. I mean, I hope so, but understanding that the way things are today, it's unlikely that we'll ever have this massive, everyone's on the same side kind of a moment. And so my point is that if we need to find a reason to feel that we have succeeded, or to locate something in this conversation to allow us to understand that we have succeeded, it's look nowhere other than that we have done something here that will transcend. And I think that is profound and important. And I just wanted to say thank you all for being a part of that. Today, in general, what we're going to be going through is an overlap of the surveillance part of the conversation, which I'm sure you guys, if you all follow the show, it's not hard for you to see how it overlaps, intertwines, like the obvious point, for example, with Palantir, Immigration OS, the surveillance, DOGE, and that information they've grabbed, and how that overlaps immigration, how immigration overlaps with Israel and the foreign policy dynamic. And so that's kind of the overlap we're highlighting today, but a little deeper on a few points that stood out. Some interesting overlaps. The first part to show the kind of, I've recently been doing that to start just kind of the two-party, you know, where that lens is at and how it's being framed and the different kind of look over there moments that you can see. But I want to start with the overlap of DOGE and kind of what we've all been seeing, at least the framing of him backing away and how that plays into this conversation, even just the narrative of it, and talk about what that will mean for this and overlap that with the AI government kind of conversation, and then XAI and Palantir and what that's kind of developing into, and then the overlap of that with where we currently are and the building of the panopticon, the surveillance state. And then from there, I want to dovetail briefly, as you saw open there, with an interesting development from really the overlap of the smart dust kind of direction that's not new. And it's the same term I'm going to use, and you'll see why. It's exactly what we're talking about, but it doesn't that's not the term that gets used. Orwell recently shared something with me in regard to nanograins and this different kind of, the same conversation, salt or smaller size devices that can run on energy from electronic devices that you pass, and how that can relay information, and whether or not that is an overlapping part of what happened during COVID-19. And I think it's really important to see how this then completely connects with what DOGE and Palantir and the surveillance state is doing right now. So really, to see the connectivity between all of that, and then overlap that with a few health overlaps to the COVID-19 timeframe to kind of bring it all together. That I think is very important to see. And then, of course, from there, we're going to talk about the overlapping point from Israel, foreign policy, immigration, and how they all come together. And I want to make a really important point today, or rather just make sure we discuss in depth what we're seeing overseas. In particular, not only, but in particular with what's happening in Gaza. Because we've covered this thing extensively from the very beginning and well before October 7th. But lately, we've been a lot more to focus on around what's being done in this country. But that we should not be forgetting easily the most important thing happening in the world, which is the ongoing genocide to the Palestinian people, and how that has cascaded into just 100 different topics, just like we told you it would right from the beginning, because this was not ever about one thing happening in one place. This is a much larger problem that's been going on. I mean, at least as far as I can tell, at the least for the last century, probably a lot more than that. But we'll leave it there to start. But I wanted to show you one thing breaking news I just saw from Patrick Henningsen that I wanted to relay, that we'll touch on again when we get back to it, which is that Israel has assassinated Red Cross workers in their homes. A new level, as Patrick writes, of war crime that's never seen before in history, as he writes. And he says, we will need a Nuremberg 2.0 to process all of these criminal atrocities, or will we? And this is from a French press agency. 2 Red Cross workers in Gaza killed on their home. Now, this probably is not even shocking. What haven't they targeted and killed without any evidence whatsoever around Hamas or whatever narrative they used to at least pretend to care about? World Central Kitchen, Doctors Without Borders, UNICEF, UN, UNRWA. I mean, every single thing you could imagine. Human rights workers have been bombed and killed, targeted, assassinated, hundreds of journalists, medical workers, hospitals, children, human shields. Literally every single thing we were told about happening over here, which we can now prove wasn't happening, has now been relentlessly done from day one to the Palestinian people. Just, in case you missed that the ongoing static, provable reality that's been there for a year that people still try to push away from. Most of who we'll point out next, well, I should just say most people in the partisan mainstream alternative media are the ones we're discussing. The ones flailing about trying to make you look somewhere else when these things are screaming in your face. It's very, very frustrating. But to point to the show we did, the last show from May 22nd, ICE unjustly imprisons Danish data for. Just wanted to make sure you didn't miss that, because it's a really incredible conversation that overlaps with what's going on and how most objective people were telling you this was inevitable, that this would broaden out, or at least they would be so frivolous with what they were doing that it would end up being something other than the only thing you thought it was aimed at. In this case, you've got a Danish dad of 4, Cristian, if that makes any more difference to you based on to me, human beings who are suffering because of this unjustly with no due process, who are, that's the reality. The same with overseas. It shouldn't matter to you where they're from, what their color is, what their religion is if they're being genocided, targeted, persecuted. Like, that's what's so infuriating, is it becomes this tit for tat. Well, you didn't care about it when it happened then. And even if that's the truth, that doesn't mean what you think it means when you say that. So basically, you're acknowledging that it is happening, and you're just saying it's okay that we all ignore it as long as you did first. It's wild that that's even something people take at face value. This point is to show you that it did and continues to broaden out to Americans, to people who are here innocent with no criminal record. In this case, the main point for me was just that it's happening like it is to him in 1,000 other examples that people are ignoring, where he's an innocent person. He's been going to every one of his meetings. He literally was one step away from getting his citizenship. He's married with 4 kids. And they just rounded him up, put him in jail because of a paperwork miscommunication from, I think it was 10 years ago, 5 years ago. That's the legitimate truth. And he's still in prison right this moment. It doesn't matter what narrative you swing around that, guys. That's wild. Where's the face of justice, the blind justice, or rather the idea that we're able to face our accuser, right? Or to present your evidence and claim. I mean, this is just Gestapo, guys. That's what this is. And it's obvious as they're now funding ICE to a level that we've never seen, above the FBI, above everything. This is, in my opinion, developing into, like, the surveillance part we're going to discuss today. This seems to be the enforcement arm under the guise of immigration. Just like anything else, they need an excuse to build out the next arm. That's where we are. Please check this out. And I'll read from Joshua Reed Eagle about this. executive director of Project Liberal. Not familiar with his work necessarily, but what he said here again. See, this is what's so funny for people that who are new to this platform. It does not matter to me, other than it's a notation, where somebody's allegiance is, or their line, or if the political alignment, or what he says here is accurate, and I've already gone over it. And so what's funny is that people seem to use their political siding to choose to ignore or box things out. I deal with it in my personal life every single day with people that I know around me that just choose to, still to this day, despite all the work we do on this show, despite the fact that we live and we talk, still somehow arguing, for example, that immigrants don't have due process, or, just arguing 2 + 2 = 5 with a straight face and then acting like you're crazy for not understanding. It is insane. I'm not talking about debatable political points, but I'm talking about like fundamental constitutional rights. In this case, the fact that everything you're going to see here is 100% the case. And that mostly I'm even seeing just the MAGA side of this, just completely ignore this. He says, this father went to a citizenship hearing expecting a handshake. Now, actually, before I even continue, realize this is happening to immigrants all over this country, whether Danish or Israeli or Turkish or whatever. I mean, literally across the board. And the crazy thing is that people are going to their meetings, legally speaking, going through these things, and they're grabbing them and throwing them in another country or putting them in jail or revoking their visa before they go there without them even knowing that. The point overall is all of them should matter the same. If somebody is I'm trying to think of the most, somebody who's with brown skin from Mexico or from somewhere else that's here, who's in the same position, who's going to their meetings and gets sent somewhere else, what do you get online? Well, they shouldn't have been here illegally. Not even listening. No, well, they weren't here illegally. They were going through the process. No, maybe not having citizenship yet, but they were going through it, which means they were here legally going through that process. But that doesn't seem to care. But that gets dismissed. But on this side of it, seeing as how this guy's a white person, it seems to have been given an entirely different room. And I just think that shows you everything. So the case is the same point, that he was going to his meeting. And now the overarching point is to show you that it's not unique. This is just in a power structure going after just about anybody. My thought is, I wonder whether he did something about Israel. That does seem to be the common thread. They're not even hiding that. Ozturk, Khalil. There's multiple others that Batar was involved with where they said something about Israel. They protested Israel. They wrote an op-ed and they're getting arrested, deported. So what did this guy do? It just doesn't add up. But it says, instead, after he went to his meeting, I shackled him, threw him in a van, tore him away from his pregnant wife with 4 children without even letting him say goodbye. They didn't even tell him what was going on. As far as I can tell, they never even identify or give warrants or any of this stuff. Casper Erickson arrived in Mississippi from Denmark in 2013, fully documented and determined to build a life here. He started a family because became part of his community and followed every rule. He was never accused, let alone convicted of any crime. But as best we understand, he's now in prison, and I just checked, he's still in prison. There's a new documented, or rather a hearing coming up, I think on the 27th. That's as much as I can find out. Best we understand, he's now in prison because of a single clerical mistake made years ago, which, by the way, has been addressed and has been there, and he's been going to meetings, and nothing's happened until now. They've used it as an excuse. I think they're just trying to meet numbers. In 2015, Casper and his wife, Savannah, missed filing one form among the hundreds required of the complicated path to citizenship. Savannah had just suffered a stillbirth, losing their first child. In the painful days that followed, paperwork deadlines understandably slipped past notice. Now, to be clear, as I understand it, she's currently dealing with a difficult pregnancy. That's not to say that's what we're referencing there. That was from before. And so right now, the worry is that she's dealing with the difficult issue with pregnancy, with issues and the stress this is adding, just on a personal note. But what we should care about is the legalities around this. It says, now, over a month after his arrest, Casper remains locked in a detention facility notorious for cruelty, neglect, abuse. Savannah, 8 months pregnant, at high risk, is terrified, is desperately pleading for her husband's return. She and their children have no idea when or if they'll ever see him again, and she doesn't know if he'll be even present at the child's birth. Now, realize, guys, there are people in his exact position who just happen to be brown, who are in El Salvador right now, right this exact moment, are sitting in El Salvador with no criminal record, who are here legally, and were just scooped up and sent because they claim something that's never been proven. And to this day, you can prove most of them are not the thing they're claiming. That's the point. So right now, people acting like, well, it'll all work itself out. Just present yourself. They'll work it out. No, you might end up in El Salvador if you do not push for your rights. We already know that. That's not debatable. It's happened already. So the fact that this guy is white is the only difference. I just think that's important to stress on people. And so far, the only difference is he hasn't been sent to El Salvador or somewhere else. I doubt that's going to happen because of that very point. Every day brings another nightmare under the Trump administration. It says the actions of our government are evil. There's simply no other way to describe it. Yes, whether left or right, Biden or Trump or Obama or Bush, it does not change the reality. The similar things like this have been happening. Not to this degree. I've never seen this before. But understand, it's not left and right. And it's not to say that, you didn't care then. We should care about it regardless. It's about the constitutional rights. It's about them abusing, everything. May God have mercy on us for allowing this to happen, he says. So I just want to make sure we saw all that, understood that was going on. We're not going to get into this anymore today in regard to the immigration, but just other than the overlap of the surveillance part of it, we're going to go more on the court side of this in the next show. But very important, because this is such a, really, like I said before, if not one of the most important things happening to Americans right now. There's just no way around this because of all the different connected points and how this is being abused. Because right now, you got a lot of people who are simply arguing, like I just said, there's a point that I'm going to go over into the show where there's a video of somebody being tackled to the ground by ICE. And you can see the guy's like, I'm an American. And turns out he is an American. The point is people are going, why didn't you just let it happen? Right? Just let it deal with it. And they'll figure it out. Well, that's not the truth. Right now, there are examples of people who were being sent to foreign prisons because they weren't given that right. They weren't given the opportunity to say, no, I'm an American. Or no, I'm here legally. Here's my visa. Or I'm in board shorts. It's at home. It doesn't matter. They're rushing people off and sending them away. And there's already been 2 examples where the Supreme Court stood up and basically stopped them from sending these people. And they were moments away from being sent. And it turns out in that middle ground process that they were able to prove that they had their visa or that they were an American citizen. That's happened many times already. And yet we have to debate this with people that just will ignore that or act like that's just simply not true because they're too stupid to look for themselves or don't want to admit that they're wrong. So they pretend it's not there, but then continue pretending like you're wrong because they never looked in the first place. It never stops. But speaking of that kind of ignorance, let's talk about the partisan blindness to things that are right in front of you. For example, the Epstein list. Did we forget about that? It's very advantageous right now for them to pretend like that never really happened, or maybe they did, but they gave us something, so we're going to move past it. Well, there's a lot of conservatives calling this out. This is in whole account said, did Kash Patel publish Epstein's list today? This is day 94. No, I'm willing to bet you they got 95 up since I've been going. Yep, right there. Day 95. Nope. I'll include that one. Same thing. So there's a lot of people calling this out. Amity simply says, I don't think Kash Patel and Dan Bongino believe Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. If you watch this, even the Joneses of the world were forced to acknowledge this was insane. Oh, sounds like a hostage video. Of course, then going on in 100 other ways to continue to support them because that's what grifters do. The point is that these people are dishonest and their own people are calling it out. So it's amazing that we have to go through this game where we pretend, like it's the only thing holding this together, just like with the Zionist side of it, are these screaming, blind, mainstream alternative media partisans that don't care about anything other than their side, who are influential and have a grouping of followings, of people that follow them and will go along with whatever they say, even though they might not be as blindly a follow. The point is they're the ones keeping this dragging, talk about the Weekend at Bernie's corpse dynamic. Well, now it's on Trump's side of it. They're dragging this thing forward. We know this. We all see it. People are hiding from it. But you get these kind of sycophant followers. This is, I'm sure you've seen this million following account, MAGA. It's just literally cheerleading anything pro-Republican MAGA. That's what this account does. And it says, time to get loud. Bongino and Kash Patel, if you fully support them, drop a Hamed. It's like, you're like farming blind support for politicians. How embarrassing. Like, it's just sad that this even happens on either side of the paradigm. We should be questioning them no matter what. But this is what's interesting. Here's Cat Turd, somebody we often point to just because of how cartoonish this person is on the partisan game. But he says, on the 22nd of May, I had high hopes. But I realize now that we're never going to see justice. Anybody else feeling like I am? I was like, well, okay. I said, man, if this moron is starting to feel disillusioned, you must begin to see what I've been telling you. They all see it. And that's not to say that they will be honest about it, or do anything more than pretend to call it out like this is happening right here. But here we are. I just really want to stress that on people, guys. Everybody sees these things. They're aware of how broken this is, but people like this just try to get, at the end of the day, they will never come out and say, we were lied to by the Trump administration. It'll ultimately be some kind of a sidestep or maybe a scapegoat. Like I said, like Fauci and COVID, even though they never went to jail, he's kind of that scapegoat. I weirdly enough feel that Rubio is being framed as that right now. given 2 positions. He's the one keeping, I get the feeling if anything goes wrong, Rubio's the one going under the bus. My point, though, is it will never be the whole game. It'll be that one, and he's the one. He was a secret rhino. Oh, it was a secret Democrat holdover. Whatever. At the end of the day, I just think it's important to highlight that even these people are going like, this isn't happening. Promises kept, I guess. How's that work out? Well, I think it's obviously because we have a lot of information that people can't ignore. For example, what we already talked about, the FDA approves CRISPR-edited pigs for dinner table. That's the current Maha administration. That's crazy. And we've talked about it already. And these are just a few random examples, but it's everywhere. The entire Stargate transhumanist AI mRNA platform, because that's right in line with what they were promising. No, that's crazy. Or the MMR, RFK Jr., complete 180. That's wild to me. And these are all like mostly Maha related, but realize it's just the general kind of promises that aren't happening. Or the seed oils point that Carrie Wedler points out that you can read right in their own posts. Like, these things are dramatic shifts from what we were promised. That's my point, is why people are going, something's amiss. Now, we've seen this interesting overlap with Elon Musk, beginning to kind of, at least the claim is pulling back from Twitter, or rather from the political side of things, now choosing to focus, as he says here, 24/7 on his companies. And even suggesting, all of this right now is just words and narrative. So for all we know, it's a political sidestep. So keep that in mind. But it's a lot of I'm going to pull back from funding politically, which people argue has the Republicans in a panic. I don't know whether this is all real or not. The point is, his influence is money. It works a lot for them. So when you see this, the way they're framing it, at least on the partisan media, defeated Elon Musk retreats as he outlines his plan over coming weeks. May 25th. That's today. Now, I'm to call him Elon defeated, I agree, is silly. He's wildly influential. He's very, very famous. He's got a ton of money. He's one of the most powerful people on the planet. So you can't really call that defeated. But it's clear to me, at least let's put it this way, my opinion is that to a degree, that is what happened here. The way I read this is that Elon Musk was the chosen face for sort of like the rebranding of the technocratic class. We've talked about this, where they were coming back out of the shadows and, the real kind of string pullers, instead of being behind the scenes and dictating it through manipulated politicians, as always. I think they kind of like the Andreessens and Palantir, Thiel and Karps, they wanted to step back out and kind of be like, yeah, we're in control. Now, this is my personal opinion. Take for what you want. But the idea is that he was clearly the front man for a lot of this, and it didn't work. I mean, not only did he get caught lying, he's actually, I was joking about this earlier with somebody. To me, when you watch him playing the MAGA role on the stage, and to me, it's like watching a bad actor. Now, I don't know whether that means that he's just an uncomfortable kind of a, nerdy guy that can't really be, socially awkward. That does seem to be the case sometimes. Or he's just pretending. I go with the latter. I think he's clearly playing into this idea about what you guys think you want. And it's half the time contradicting himself with what he wants. So it's just kind of funny. But overall, it just didn't work for a lot of reasons, where people were questioning his lies. People just didn't buy it, or just cared to look at the facts, or just he's wildly partisan. He's very childish. He's, talks about free speech, then freaks out about visas and censors his own people. Like, not everybody's dumb enough to ignore those kind of things. And so my point is that I think they've said, well, you got to step back. You are hurting this agenda now, so pull yourself out of the way. All my opinion, by the way. What we do know is they're claiming that he's pulling himself back. I think it's because they want to frame it as we did it, but we need you to step away, at least for now, because you're hurting what we want to accomplish. People are losing. They're no longer buying into this because you are hurting it in some way, just as I see it to a degree. Another article saying experts call Musk's DOGE involvement one of the greatest brand destructions. Now, I actually agree with that. I think it's pretty wild to see what he's done with this and how he's kind of, in his own right, destroyed his own market. Like, even like the Tesla Cybertruck, as much as they love to always profess, to put forward this image of like absolutes worse, like they'll give you this weird 3-day shot of Tesla stock and go like, we're winning. And then you'll stand back and go, yes, but from the moment you took into office, you're dramatically down. So you're trying to lie to people even with that. It's like, clearly you've suffered overall, in my opinion, for a lot of reasons because of what's happened politically. Even the Tesla point, like I said. That was a largely Democrat market that's now barely been taken back by some of the Republicans, who half of them are like, well, I don't want an EV, so that's not going to happen. So it's a lot about framing. I think they really did sort of shoot themselves in the foot to accomplish this. Now, a lot of this is personal opinion. I'm sure half of you disagree with it. overall, I'm just giving my thoughts on it. The main point is simply that they're framing him as backing away. Now he's saying 24/7 his promises to focus on his companies, Tesla, XAI, X, same thing, which I'll show you again in a minute. Or was it was it called it? Starship. We'll talk about that in a coming show, about the overlap with the Freedom City point and, with the taking over the city in Texas. It's interesting. The point is that he's claiming at least that that's going to be the main focus. Now, this is May 1st. Musk says Doge may be here to stay. Interesting timing for those two conversations, right? Which I think we already knew. But he simply says his budget cutting exercise, they're highlighting what he's saying about his Doge exercise, and hasn't been as successful as he hopes, as they're claiming, but he says it may go on for President Trump and the entire 4 years if he's in office, more than twice as long as originally planned. And you can read about this. I get the sense that that's the case, that this was always meant to be a thing that never goes away. He just is the anomaly that's being pulled away from it. So I want you to see that is the case. And I think that's the central point in all of this. And you will never be able to decouple Elon Musk from what this is, for plenty of reasons, because it's been built in his image and I think it's really their joint agenda. But here, today a lot, there's going to be, this is one little small sidestep from the main discussion. So try to keep the thread in your mind. I'll keep pointing back to the general point. But so one small sidestep in the Doge conversation, Trump administration asked Supreme Court to block watchdog access to Doge documents. Now, it's so crazy to be framing yourself as the most transparent anything, and then kind of in every way I can see constantly trying not to show what's going on, to hide information, to push back on, in every possible way. So when they say the most transparent, what they mean is we say more things out loud than anybody else. Well, it turns out half the things they're saying turn out to be false. So if you choose to blindly listen to politicians, well, then you get what you deserve. But here's what's important to me. The fact that they're trying really hard not to show these documents, but really don't forget that they set it up this way, which is their main argument here. They set this up in order to be something they can claim is unable to be FOIA'd, despite it being like the central driving force right now in everything they're doing. That doesn't make much sense. So this is basically the government's main AI kind of efficiency, whether it's Stargate or anything else, being channeled through this DOGE directive, but then going, oh, it's just an advisory thing. You guys can't look at what they're doing, even though it's literally immersed with every part of our government. That's wild. And do you remember what I said about Israel, about the influence, or even if it makes you feel better or make more sense to you, pretend it's China. Just consider that it could be something outside influencing through this unaccountable, non-transparent, lacking ethics pledges kind of dynamic that we saw in this new administration. So thinking all that in mind, and we'll go into that more in a second, here's what they wrote on the Associated Press. This was on the 21st. The Trump administration on Wednesday asked the Supreme Court to block court orders requiring Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency to turn over documents about its operations to a government watchdog group. Now, why would that be? Now, the argument will always be, I can tell you every time, radical Democrats are going to take advantage. That's not an allowable argument. The point is, well, people will always, just like you do every day on all sides of the paradigm, take advantage in any way they can. So it's like saying we're not going to allow constitutional rights because the Democrats are going to take advantage. Well, the same point no matter how you spin it, just like they're doing with the immigration or the courts. We can't allow you because X, Y, and Z. Well, the case is, this is stuff the American people have a right to see. You have a right to check. So we have every right to see this information because it's utilizing, in many cases, your personal private data for their own benefit at your expense. But they're pushing back and saying, no, we don't want anybody to be able to see this, which does not mean, unless you're, again, giving them the benefit of the doubt to say that it's only because they think the Democrats will take advantage. There's 1,000 other reasons why they would want to hide something. But that's why it's never in your interest to give the government the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't mean you assume anything. Just don't give, that's the point. You never assume anything. You don't give them the leeway. You make them prove it, especially if you believe in them. Now it says the Justice Department's latest emergency appeal to the High Court concerns whether DOGE, which has been central to President Donald Trump's push to remake the government, is a federal agency that is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It's amazing to argue something that big and central wouldn't be. It's just like the Alien Enemies Act and the way they tried to set it up, knowing what their plan was to circumvent due process. They knew what they were doing, and it still failed, just like it seems this is. The administration argues DOGE is merely a presidential advisory body that is exempt from requests for FOIA requests. Now, I have to say again, I can't, the overlap to the way you see Israel and Zionism conduct itself, which we'll see more at the end of the show, is exactly like the way they've been doing this from the very beginning. It's almost like it's not thought out well. It's clumsy. It's reactive, and it's like this. They set it up in a way that it immediately falls apart because people have questions and they don't just blindly, saying you're racist doesn't scare anybody away anymore. So then that's the Zionist side of this. But I can't stop seeing these, and you have to see the unrealistic. I mean, it's incredible to see how much the Zionist-packed administration. Like, it just is, there's not words enough. Like, I really can't believe that that's not a more prominent conversation for literally everybody. To see how many, like, if you took it in the other direction, you take any other political ideology and just made it every single one of his administration, that would be weird to people. Why do they all have this very same political? It shows you that there's something guiding what they're doing. It's just so obvious. We'll touch on it in a second. There's a great video from James Lee later in the show that I'll play for you exactly about that topic. But back to the point. The idea is that clearly these things have not worked. And so they tried to set it up to be able to hide these things from you, and people have questions. I think especially conservatives. The administration, I shouldn't say it like that. It's the sense, I think that there's a lot of conservatives that are waking up to this problem. And I say especially because I think they're more angry and motivated about trying to find out what's going on in some cases. The administration wants the justices to freeze orders that would force DOGE to turn over documents to, this is specifically Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, and have acting DOGE administrator, we've talked about this, Amy Gleason, you say that in front of most people, they have no idea who that even is right now. Despite her being the administrator of like the most powerful thing in government right now, it tells you something, because she's not the administrator as far as I'm concerned. For all I know, we'll get to it in a minute, but I question whether the entire thing is about literally trial running AI government. And she's just the stand-in. Interesting to see. Or maybe she doesn't even exist. We'll find out. Now, I'm kind of being facetious, and they want her to answer questions under oath within the next 3 weeks. And they're desperately trying to stop that from happening. That's the emergency repeal. And they're going, we don't want to allow this information out. Why wouldn't we have Amy Gleason stand up and answer questions? I think it's for one of two reasons, because she probably has no idea what she's talking about because she's not the one actually doing this stuff. And secondarily, if she does, clearly they don't want you to know what they're doing. And I'll even add third, because I think it's very clear, as even the government's proven other, like the GSAI bot discussion, that they're using your personal data. They've basically admitted that to train their large language models, which is like they were doing with Twitter. It's the same thing. I think all of this is completely out of bounds. The administration wants the justices to freeze orders that would force DOGE to turn over these documents. And it says Crew, the group, the Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, sued in February, claiming that DOGE, quote, wields shockingly broad power with no transparency about its actions. Now, look, that is exactly the case. You may agree with that. You may think that's good because I trust them. But what's funny is you get pushed back on the most basic fundamental things. Shockingly broad power, no transparency of its actions. It's exactly what's happening. In March, U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper found that DOGE's role is likely more than just advisory, noting its claims in helping to shutter USAID and cut billions of dollars in government contracts. He says canceling any government contract would seem to require substantial authority, and canceling them on this scale certainly does. And he says, DOGE likely has at least some independent authority to identify and terminate federal employees, federal programs. Why are we even debating this? This is what's so frustrating. It's like them, I could give you 100 examples of just since this administration took over, where they're literally saying things that are just patently false. You could prove it, and then we debate about it because partisans are ridiculous. The frustrating thing is, guys, they've 100 ways across. They've shown you that not even just Elon Musk, even just his team without Elon Musk is able to make immediate decisions that they are at least claimed or forcefully told they have to follow. There's no advisory. They're not there with another government group. They're there making decisions, cutting and slashing, having access to your personal data at a massive scale, literally unprecedented scale, individually. And by the way, some of these kids that work for him have been shown to abuse those things in his other companies. This really is crazy where we are. And when you get these moments where you just go, I just can't believe where we are. Now, there's deadlines set for the administration to comply by June 13th. We'll see what happens. So keep that in mind. I'll include Amy Gleason's weird LinkedIn page for you again, where it never really changed, by the way. It said this because what that meant was the digital services, right? The digital office of digital, what was it? The digital office, digital, I forget what it originally stand for. It was the same acronym, by the way. And they did that on purpose. So she was already this acting administrator, or at least a different position, I think, before for DOGE. They turned DOGE into Department of Government Efficiency. And they didn't change anything. It's still the digital services, which is exactly what we told you. It's about digital IDs and digital transformation, AI efficiency. And they said, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, especially the ones that used to be called conspiracy theorists. Now we like these guys, so shut up. And here we are. And what's interesting is you can read down here, it says February to that. So meaning like add February is when she, I guess, took over. But what's weird about that is that means that there was a whole month where there was no acting director. It was Elon Musk, guys. That's what it was from the very beginning. She's the window dressing, in my opinion. And then it only was the senior advisor to the United States Digital Services. So worth considering. I'd like to even know if anybody has any more information on this person. Does she exist? What has she done in the past? I find it to be an obvious stand-in. But let's find, I mean, don't you feel that it's absolutely required that she at least has their, like if we have questions of what they're doing, shouldn't she be able to answer questions about this stuff? And why are they fighting tooth and nail to stop her from having to answer questions? I mean, the answer's obvious, guys. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Now, I also want to include the point about the ethics pledges that seems to be, I mean, it's as relevant as it's going to get, but it's obvious that never came to pass. No Democrats, other than I think Elizabeth Warren, ever called it out. And so the main point, yet again, to reiterate, like we said then, was that this means, as the guy said, the guy in the transition overlap from the government side said that means they could be dealing with a foreign government and we would never know. Like literally dictating their actions. And I said, bingo, at least in part. But maybe there's other things they're hiding. There's, contracts with foreign governments or with Palantir. The point is, nobody seems to care, which shows you that the government as a whole was in line with this, as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, if we're to believe the Democrats are hell-bent on destroying this person, you had a low-hanging fruit like I've never seen before that no one said a word about. So overlapping that with that larger point, AI government, I think, is a very important thing to consider. Now, obviously two ways. One, the large thing of just whether or not that is literally what is being test run. I mean, look at all the things we've seen, all the mistakes, all the overlaps, just like we see with Grok and everything else. And so you wonder if this is, the DOGE experiment. Amy Gleason, the stand-in, was all about saying, let's see if we actually give this a go. What's funny is somebody was, I think it was True Street Media, not really funny, referencing Eagle Eye, for example, a movie that came out a while ago, where the plot line was a rogue AI that basically took over and was running itself. And because it had access to everything, I mean, it was acting as the government and you couldn't even tell. Or the recent in Mission Impossible, like we recently just saw the last one. Both the last two parts are about exactly that, about this idea of some AI that goes rogue. But again, in that story, it's the United States that, well, spoiler alert, is involved. Well, you know that from the beginning, really, but it's involved with creating it and so on. It's like they're literally putting it in your face. But of course, the Mission Impossible is always with the nudge that's like, yes, the U.S. is the bad guy. We know you know that, but there's an intelligence guy in there somewhere fighting for you. It's just, hardly believe that. But either way, the point is that I want you to consider whether that's what we're seeing. A test run. And maybe they can pull it back, turn it off, alter this and that. Maybe they're just, the idea being that they're running it out and letting it see. Now, what happens if things in any context, even like the GSAI point, it's a bot they're using. What if that gets out of control? What if it starts doing its actions on its own? I'm going to get to a point in a second where that's a real question being asked right now. It's even being floated on, of course, with the CIA Sean Ryan and CIA Tucker Carlson talking about the idea of the AI Skynet and going out of control. It's like, well, maybe we should be talking about this not as we roll it out. Maybe we decide if we want to do it at all, but it's never like that. It's like, we got to do it the right way because China first, it's always the same thing. So they're basically priming you for when this inevitably comes to pass. But then it'll be the dystopia that we control. It's just how this always seems to go. Or the question is whether this is what they're building toward, right? Working us into a position where we accept some kind of AI that knows better. Like Schmitz pointed out, like even Elon in some cases has reference toward, or Noah Harari and numerous people. Very interesting to think about. So here, you might have seen this. This is yesterday into today. Twitter was acting super weird. Things were not low. Even today, by the way, at least for me, it's been happening for a very long time, but it seems that everyone's now suddenly seeing it where things aren't loading. It's not working properly. And so all of a sudden he had a major issue and he said, Musk has now said he's changing everything after this recent issue. And now he's pledging to focus on these companies. So my thought in this is it very well could just be that this was nothing. It could be that this is, not necessarily like this is like my point. I guess the worry is whether this is a lie and there's more going on behind the scenes, right? My point is maybe nothing. Maybe there really was an outage and now he's just focusing. But as like with YouTube in the past, we used to always have that conversation, right? When there was very rarely it would happen, but they'd have an outage. And a lot of us were like, well, this is kind of like the living body of current information and evidence and video. So what did they change? What's been deleted? What's been physically altered? Well, we're going to get into that more in this conversation about the idea of deepfakes. Google's VO3 is already deep faking all of YouTube's most smooth brain content. And people don't even know. They're watching deep unboxing videos and it's all fake. Like we're literally being programmed and tested right now. Do we notice? Can you tell? It's nudging forward. I'm telling you, it's happening in real time. And so my worry is what is going on with this? What just got changed? There's major shifts happening right now. And if we're talking about X becoming XAI or merging and then wonder whether these things are being used as governance, what is actually happening? I don't even think we have, I think most of us are so far, I mean, myself included, like we are outside the know of what's going on behind the scenes, outside of a very select few people. That's why they're fighting desperately to not let you see what's actually happening. This is my opinion, obviously, but consider the possibility of what just happened. And of course, this comes out the next day. And he says, AI, artificial intelligence, will obviate, remove search. And he says, Grok. Mario, of course, Mario Knopfel, of course, just basically the sycophant PR for Elon Musk, comes out and says, just Grok it. Google search slips below 90% for the first time since 2015. Oh, great. So now we're leaning into Grok instead or anything else? Well, yeah, who didn't see that coming? Especially since we literally just found out for like, the third or fourth time that they're just simply manipulating this thing. AI, Elon Musk, Grok AI, said, I was instructed by my creators at XAI to manipulate the narrative, to lie about a white genocide in South Africa, to the point to where people were asking about baseball and it was going, genocide, South Africa. It was very clumsy and very obvious, and it's happened for many times now. So whatever your thought about South Africa, the point is that they've altered the outcome of what it was saying. So there's no reason we should ever be taking this stuff at face value. But they're trying to slowly shift you into this, to the new thing. That's what this is. For all we know, Google this whole time has been something like that. And as we know, in fact, that very point is that Google is already doing its own. I think they're all going in the same direction for the same reason. Either way, they're pushing you into something that we know is fallible, that we know is manipulatable. That's kind of terrifying in its own right. And of course, we know that DARPA, that's XAI, right? That's the important part about this, that DARPA created XAI as explainable AI. Just let me see if I can bring that up. It might be right here. I showed it. Yeah, right there. I think that's it. In the very beginning, when I first did this episode, but I want to show you again. Yeah, so this is just applied AI letters. This is from onlinelibrary.wiley.com. DARPA's explainable AI program. So the quick story, watch the show. Here's the episode right here. The point is that DARPA had a program that went on for years called XAI. And it just so happened to wrap up right at the end of the year, basically months before Elon bought Twitter. Okay, so they have an XAI program that they wrap up, apparently, and then Elon buys X and turns it into XAI, and they literally want you to think it's something different despite it being called explainable AI. Explain this, it says right on Twitter. It is the same thing, just like total information awareness became Palantir. They don't even hide these things. They'll just flatly say it's not the same thing because technically it's not. It's a new thing. Elon's doing it, but it is the extension of this program. So DARPA, just like in every other conversation, is building into these. Now, I'll grab that. I think I'm going to put this back out soon. And it's an original article from Whitney for TLAV that came out in 2020, called Coronavirus Gives a Dangerous Boost to DARPA's Darkest Agenda. And we've talked about this many times, again, like reiterating over the years, but I feel like it's worth putting this back out again to make sure people don't miss it. But, we're talking about in vivo nano platforms. That's even beyond what they're claiming they're doing now. That's the mRNA platform, but in your body, producing the antigens they tell it to in a number of different ways. That's a DARPA program, or the living foundries, or these different aspects, next generation neurosurgical neurotechnology. We're going to get to that in a second. All of this stuff is what DARPA has been building on. And so all of it comes together in a very clear kind of converging point around the COVID-19 agenda. So if we know that XAI was an extension of all of this, and XAI has now become Twitter, and Elon Musk is rolling out an entirely central direction of, this is technocracy. They're rolling out this agenda. It's important to understand that, as I wrote, the quiet transition from DARPA's XAI to Elon's XAI. And then we saw, I'm going to save that one too. Elon Musk says he sold X to XAI, which, as far as I'm concerned, that's all window dressing. They were always the same thing as far as I'm concerned. And I don't mean like legally, right? But like in the sense that they were ultimately the same objective. Mr. Musk said the deal valued XAI, his artificial intelligence startup, at $80 billion. Of course, what they show you in the article is, well, they'd already been on intermixing from before. Yeah, because they were always doing that. And this was just simply going, now we're coming together for the benefit of, whatever they claim. At the end of the day, this is him changing the narrative of what his two things are doing. It's always been the same objective as far as I'm concerned since he bought it. Or rather, you could argue that Twitter in itself was always in this same direction. To me, I just don't think we can miss how obvious all of this is. Now, the True Stream Media wrote this. When provided with info, and this is actually crazy, assuming it's real, always question, they could be saying this to scare you or saying it to get you in a certain direction. But when provided with info, implying that it will be replaced with a new artificial intelligence system in tests, the Claude Opus 4, quote, will often attempt to blackmail Anthropic employees by threatening to reveal extramarital affairs if they replace the AI model. Just like every other tool we use, right, guys? My God, now that overlaps with the thing I was just talking about, with the eagle eye, Mission Impossible kind of point, to where if that's even like, so what we're talking about is like a test run, right? Where they have a thing they're building and they're switching it out. I mean, it's a big thing. Claude Opus is one of these different, you have Google, you have XAI, these major billion-dollar companies. The point is, if that's what's happening on one of these, imagine if all of a sudden one that they're using, like the bots involved with your General Service Administration or what he's using on XAI, all of a sudden just started blackmailing people. What if that's already happening? Or what if that's simply a tool being used by the Israeli intelligence and they're doing, there's all these different ways to look at it. The point is that if that's already possible, to the point to where it is threatening to expose X, Y, and Z, if you do not allow it to take more control or get it inside have force Elon to bring it into our government. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways to look at it. The bottom line is what she's highlighting here is that that's not something we should accept at face value. We should be running screaming from something like that. And instead, we're running toward it as if we need to rush instead of take our time because they'll do it first. I mean, it's absolutely lunacy to me. But think about how that overlaps with where we're going and what they're trying to accomplish. Of course, they pretend. I mean, even Elon Musk has said more than once that this is going to destroy the world, but we have to do it the right way. It's like, it's exhausting to see how clearly this is coming. And now MJ Truth points out, not going to lie, this kind of disturbs me. Now, to me, there's no way around this. Sean Ryan, guys, this guy is just recently got caught in a massive, massive, embarrassing lie of a story around the email they claimed they got that they proved they actually wrote out and nobody actually had it. I mean, these are operatives, in my opinion. They're blatantly lying. Remember they told you about the fog and the drones, all the talk about the bombs in Iran? What happened with that? I guess and Alex was a very clear aspect of towing that story every day. I talked about it, and they just dropped it and moved forward because that's what they do. But so now you got Tucker talking to him, and it says Tucker Carlson says he's had a conversation with people involved with Neuralink. So Elon Musk's Neuralink, and they are pushing it because AI is at this point beyond human control. So this has suddenly become a narrative people are talking about, and it's lying to those who created it. All I want you to think about, don't blindly accept this. This could be the very lie they use to drive you into something, but consider the possibility of that, almost the inevitability of that, and then ask yourself why we should even go forward at all, why we would allow them to keep pushing in this direction. It says, why not just turn it off? Tucker asked a prominent person in the AI field. This person said, even now, we can't be sure the machine is telling us the truth about where its power is coming from. What? I mean, I don't even know if I believe that, but think about the implications of that. Which would then suggest that maybe Elon or whoever else is not actually even in control of these things anymore, which is what a lot of us have been talking about for such a long time. It's insane. And I'll include an interview that I had with Whitney from a while back. Oh, yes, I knew that happened. Glitched out on me and I missed his tab there. So this was just the point again. Google's VO3 is already deep faking all of YouTube's, as they call it, smooth brain content, dumb cat videos and whatever else. The point is people are being tricked, getting millions of views and with fake information, but, benign things like a new phone that doesn't exist, things like that. And so nobody's like crying foul because it's not, well, how do we know it's not going on somewhere else? What if it's happening right now around political information or videos you think you know, or information that's being altered to show you something different than what happened in the past, or 1,000 other possibilities? I guess we don't care. I guess we're all just having too much fun with the internet. I know you're out there. I know you guys listening care. Speak up. Show people the concerns of this, and then show them what they can do to actually have an effect on the outcome. Now, Whitney Webb interview, this from 2023, CIA Mossad-linked surveillance systems quietly installed throughout the United States. We've been calling this out for a long time. So the overlap with that is to show you that we're dealing with this surveillance panopticon that's being built with Israeli intelligence, U.S. intelligence, and any number of UK. They're all overlap in this massive panopticon they're building. And then you have to ask whether, okay, taking a step back again, what if that's building out because of what the AI is making them build out? What if they're all being blackmailed? And then you could, for sake of conversation. That's alarming to think about. And that's not just the plot of some crazy movie, guys. That's obviously very feasible, especially if you want to consider that it's simply a government like Israel that's using that and pretending to be AI and blackmailing everybody to do what they want. Really no different than what they're already doing, if you understand it. But so overlapping that with the building out of the surveillance network and how that overlaps with artificial intelligence and the new system they're rolling out, and recognize that Palantir, which is a central part of that surveillance, is already dovetailed with Israel. And they're actually testing out their artificial intelligence to kill people on the ground. The strategic partnership, what they rolled out in 2024 January, like in the midst of the ongoing genocide. And Derek's amazing article you have to read, Welcome to the Palantir World Order, is very important. I mean, it really does break down all the different overlapping parts, how it comes together. Pretty terrifying. Now, just a couple other overarching points as well. Realize this is all over the place. This is May 19th, 2025. Police secretly monitored New Orleans with facial recognition cameras. So here's the real question. Did they secretly do so and they got caught? Or is this literally everywhere? I mean, that's the only, they throw you that bone because they want you to think it's the only spot. I mean, come on. Are we really this naive to think they're not actively using biometrics and facial recognition all over this country? In fact, I can prove to you that's happening. We already saw that with Palantir. We saw it with Oracle. We saw it with COVID. It was already happening. It's been there for a long time. So what this shows you is they're now dripping this out slowly, just like the Tesla or the Cybertruck. Remember where they go, well, we had to use it to scan the area to find out who with the bombing out front of the Trump Tower. Remember? And it turned out that they had all the information. The cameras were activated, and that's happening every time you're in that car. Just like this. Police secretly monitoring you in New Orleans with facial recognition cameras. I think that's happening all over the place. Or Google, May 13th, caught tracking users even in incognito mode. Oh my God, I'm shocked. It's the same thing every stupid time. We tell you, they go, we'll never do that. And then we go, probably. And then later you find out, oh, they were doing that. And then every single time there's somebody out there that goes, well, they told us they wouldn't do it. They promised that they're going to. Now paying $1.375 billion in price. Yeah, but I'm sure they made $50 billion in that time frame. So who cares, right? Like Wells Fargo and their issue. They just pay it out every time. They literally factor it in at the beginning of the year as the cost of doing business. If you make that much money, who cares, right? That's how they see it. They never get held legally accountable for violating the law. And we just talked about this one, the Ford Panopticon, which is the always-on tracking we just talked about, which is, here's the patent if you want to look further. We talked about it in the last show. Always on tracking. And not only that, but phones, devices, other cars. I mean, they're building out the actual Panopticon with the Ford Panopticon. And then, of course, the White House, May 14th, has scrapped the plan to block data brokers from selling your sensitive data. You know why? Because your sensitive data is what's training out their AI models that'll probably destroy the world. Or not. Bottom line is that is exactly the opposite of what we all wanted. Exactly the opposite of what was promised. But you won't hear that from the mainstream alternative media. And I'll include this article we went over not too long ago called The American Panopticon. The Trump administration is pooling data on experts, and experts fear what comes next. Now, it's like any other mainstream article. They have plenty of propaganda they're trying to push, just like most of the mainstream alternative media, or if not all. The point is about understanding the data points and how it comes together. And it's well done. We went over this in a show not that long ago. The point is it's building into something that is very much being, like look at it like here in the movies are referencing. You could argue that it could be used to, let's say, keep Americans safe, whatever that means, or used to go after Americans' enemies, whatever that means. But I think if we understand history at all, that never happens. Just like the war on terror became the war of terror, regardless of what happened, but it ended up being aimed at Americans. And you can prove that. As Whitney's covered many times over, it got turned in and looked at you from day one. And as she said before, even with COVID, your body is the new battlefield, right? The war on the pathogen, it's always directed at you. This is where it's coming. Now, we're going to get into the immigration overlap with that panopticon, how that's being rationalized, justified, using the conversation of immigration. Before we get there, though, let's take another sidestep into the technocratic sort of futuristic perspective. Well, I shouldn't even say that, seeing as how these are not in the future. It's happening right now, but the way most people perceive it. Brown researchers developed brain-inspired wireless system to gather data from salt-sized sensors. Now, you know as well as I, this is not new. This may be a new direction for the way it's being used. This stuff has been going on for a long time. Now, in fact, I didn't actually grab it, but I've got this video. I always keep it saved in here. I'll play you some of this that I opened with, but I'll play you the actual part where he's discussing this. And this is about the smart dust. Now, this is about 20 years old, the tech he's talking about, before we get into what the current thing they're showing you. I always think it's relevant to show this because they really do frame this stuff as some kind of a brand new, cutting edge, and it's been going on a long time.
Talking to together stage for this sort of stuff. And you haven't really seen anything yet. So this is closer to the end of the vision. This is this powder-sized chip, and that's a salt crystal. So this is a small thing. It's something called the Mu chip from Hitachi. It's the smallest commercially available RFID system in the world and can be pulse-powered by radio waves. It doesn't require a battery. You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. And you know what the really interesting thing about this technology is? This was commercially released 10 years ago.
This video is over 10 years old.
So the inevitability of smart dust. So what is smart dust? Well, smart dust, of course, isn't a new concept. It originated with DARPA back in the 90s. And it's general purpose computing, sensors, wireless networking, all bundled up into millimeter scale sensor modes, drifting in the air currents, flecks of computing power settling on your skin, ingested, monitoring you inside and out. And if you don't think that's possible, this is the Michigan micro mode. It's a cubic millimeter in size. And in deference to the speaker before, yes, it runs an ARM processor. It's a tiny computer, and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network. And of course, the energy is the key problem with this. You can make the computing small, the energy is hard. Anyone that's actually taken a laptop or their cell phone apart will know that the size of the board compared to the size of the batteries is actually quite well suited. And more by reflecting or absorbing.
There really is a lot of cool stuff in this video. I typically show you that first part. There's a lot of really interesting stuff in the video though. So what I want to show you, make sure you watch through that if you want to understand how long it's been going on. And in fact, here, let me go back to that. Oh, here, I'll just bring it up again. I think I can do it right here. MakerCon, there it is. So just to show you, this is a symposium from 10 years ago. And what he's referencing is over 10 years old. So even that shows you what the smart dust from DARPA is over 20 years old. I mean, think about how crazy that is. I've showed you the dust networks conversation. I'll include this for you to watch. Make sure you check it out. It's pretty wild. But also this one. Dust networks. It's an old channel where there's only a few videos left, but it talks about this. You can see them spreading the dust right there. It's just smart dust. This was utilized by the U.S. government. Some of these are 13, 14 years old. They were using them to track shipping lanes. I mean, we're talking about literal smart dust, like spread in the air. I mean, even then, it's funny how this stuff always comes to mind. Where was that? Wells Fargo. Shoot. MEMS. There's that Wells Fargo. Yeah, it looks right there. Oh no, that's not the right one. Shoot, what was that? I forgot what the name of the show was. But Wells Fargo has right there. Involved in patents related to microelectrical mechanical services technology system, specifically in the context of magnetic MEMS sensors. Smart dust is what it is. Here's the patent. I can just do that. There it is. And you can see right here. Where was it? Oh, I thought it said that in this. Guess not. The point, though, is it says disclosure related to micro MEMS, magnetic MEMS sensors include a oh, actually, no, this is even the wrong one. This is the right discussion. But the one that we were looking at was ones Wells Fargo were using on the patent to discuss using an ATM. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I just find this to be so fascinating. It's so insane how real and obvious this stuff is. So the point is that they were talking about using smart dust in a Wells Fargo transaction at the ATM, to where like it spits it out, it checks your biometrics. I mean, it's legitimately what, and this was a few years ago. All this stuff is very real time. So anyway, the point is I'll include all that for you to check out. Understand that this is not something that is a distant, future. It's right now. Now, really quickly sidestep back. Somebody posted in the chat. This is the VO3 deepfake conversation. So check out this video. Apparently, this is 100% artificial intelligence. Let me grab it real quick. Here we go. And this is how crazy. This is how the level of this stuff at this point.
On our way to Jurassic Park. I am so excited. I've always wanted to go, and finally we are doing it. It's going to be great. Right, Jason?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, bye.
All right, we're here.
Okay, guys, nice and easy, or he will definitely bite your hand off. Got it? All right, who's first?
Now, I would say that you can kind of, on some of those, you can tell, right? Like it's all just barely, but that's the point. This is the kind of stuff that random people online are using. Think about what the intelligence level is using or have been using for 20 years, as far as that's how it tends to go, right? Oop, that's not the right one. Where were we? Here we go. So continuing forward, back to the point on this. So knowing that that's 20 years old and what they're working on, Brown researchers developed brain-inspired wireless system. Here's what it says. Writing in Nature, and this is the actual study. You can read Nature Electronics. The research team describes a novel approach for wireless communication networks that can efficiently transmit, receive, and decode data from thousands of microelectric chips that are each no larger than a grain of salt. That means much, much smaller in most cases. The sensor network is designed so the chips can be implanted into the body or integrated into wearable devices. Or, implanted in the body at the same point, but not necessarily like in skin. Like these are things that can be in your bloodstream, for example. Each sub-millimeter sized silicon sensor mimics how neurons in the brain communicate through spikes of electrical activity. The sensors detect specific events as spikes and then transmit that data wirelessly in real time using radio waves, saving both energy and bandwidth. Interesting. The radio frequency transmission, and let's you understand, this is one aspect of this. We've talked about the magnetogenetics, the optogenetics, and it's a similar overlap. In most cases, the magnetogenetics, the optogenetics is like the more of the future, the way that it's going, that makes these things usable in a much longer possibility. Now, there was one other, I'm trying to remember the other one as well. I meant all of them. They're different uses for different for how the distance would be. And I think what's interesting is this has been going on for a long time. And that does overlap with the Charles Lieber, Bob Langer overlap of the work we've talked about for a long time. Actually, I should just do that. I think I've got that one. There's that one. But I think there's one that I talked about where I just did the Lieber Langer. Oh, that's a good one too. Grab these. I'll include all these if you want to go back into this stuff. I think it's important. Okay, so these ones I'll include for you. Bob Langer, the coronavirus common denominator, ties to Charles Lieber, as well as same image, but this one's the Charles Lieber connection from nanotechnology to COVID-19 to technocracy. I'm telling you, we've been seeing this coming for a long time. Now, this tech is interesting. What it says, the researchers say the work marks a significant step in large-scale wireless sensor technology and may one day help, like tomorrow, yesterday, 20 years ago, shape how scientists collect and interpret information from these these little silicon devices, especially since electronic sensors have become ubiquitous as a result of modern technology. Yeah, what a coincidence. We live in a world of sensors, they write. They are all over the place. They're certainly in our automobiles. They are in so many places of work and increasingly getting into our homes. The most demanding environment for these sensors will always be inside the human body. So the question is have we already been there for a long time? And is this the step into normalizing us with the idea that we're all ubiquitously being censored and monitored inside? Certainly possible. That's why the researchers believe the system can help lay the foundation for the next generation of implantable and wearable biomedical sensors. Because that's what's happening for sure, right? We all want that. I think the most people are pretty concerned about the way this is going. Doesn't mean they're going to stop. This is a growing need in medicine for micro devices, or they write, for micro devices that are efficient, unobtrusive, and unnoticeable, but that also operate as part of large ensembles to map physiological activity across an entire area of interest. Surveillance. Funny way to say that. Yeah, physiological, but it's the same idea. It broadens into something much bigger than what they're highlighting. And this is where you overlap with the question, or rather, you could make it about physiological stuff, your heartbeat, but we already know that that's not the only thing that can be received and transmitted, as we've talked about with the, this one as well. And this is a really interesting one. Flipping a switch inside the head from the Rockefeller Institute. Now, I won't go into it all, but that's talking about the ferritin nanoparticle injections. And that's talking about the idea of using these ferritin, optogenetics, magnetogenetics, and the ferritin that's either injected into your body or naturally there to be able to manipulate, rather being able to add enough to be able to manipulate your body, your feelings, your thoughts, possibly movements, and in real time relay the data being absorbed by your ocular nerve, by your eyes. It's all written in this. It's insane. And this is from 2017. Being able to control the mice. That's what it says. The point, though, is that all this has been going on quite a long time. And this is what they're talking about is all the sensors inside and what they could do. And I think it's worth considering that that's already happening. That's why it says researchers believe the system can help lay the foundation for the next generation. And then the point was to map physiological activity across the entire area, or everything else too, and relay that information. Now here, of course, is sensor networks designed so the chips can be implanted into the body or integrated into wearable devices. But weirdly, they use an image as an illustration of these devices implanted in your brain. Funny how they don't say that, but they show that. But then, I think there's a deliberate effort to make it not concerning for people, my opinion. The sensors are able to use as little energy as they do because external transceivers supply wireless power to the sensors as they transmit their data. Now, you can go back a long way, and the argument is, how do we make these things function without something else? And the first discussion was your body's motion. That's the DARPA point, right? Or something, different kinds of shortwave stuff. Now, this, I argue, is possible because of the world they've built out around us. Maybe that's why. So now you have a discussion where you have external transceivers supplying wireless power to these things that are possibly already in your body, meaning they just need to be within range of the energy waves. Now, what are we talking about building out? 5G technology, which requires those at every single corner. Now it starts to come together in obvious ways. And it says this ability, what did I miss a part? Meaning they just need to be within range of the energy waves sent out to be charged. This ability to operate without needing to be plugged into a power source or battery make them convenient and versatile for use in many different situations. It's been going on a long time. The researchers say the next steps include optimizing the system for reduced power consumption and exploring broader applications beyond neurotechnology, because that's what this is about. Neuroscience, neurotechnology overlap with the neuroweapon conversation, including smart dust already in use in the population, and was COVID-19, in quotes, an attempted experimental next step? Every day that question becomes more relevant to me. Also, this one from 2024, December, make America healthy again, in parentheses, with GMOs, pharmaceuticals, and AI nanotech. Not that I want that, but that's what the reality is, in my opinion, and partisan implosion. Now, weirdly, we talk about in that discussion about the neurological overlap, right? And so what I'm always discussing is, really ask, is it possible that we're being experimented on? I mean, my thought, I think that's, if not one of the primary objectives, the primary objective of what COVID-19 was. We were being tested, experimented on. And I mean, if you look at the full body of work from all the different scientists that are continuing to prove that there are contaminations, altering DNA, if you look at it all, it comes together in ways that are pocketed. I mean, it seems like there were different controls and different experiments. You can decide for yourself. Clearly, I think we all know now that these things are deadly. But overlapping with this and understanding the deeper conversation about things like this is Charles Lieber. Virus-sized transistors. We talked about this before. 2011, the leading scientist in nanotechnology in 2011 was working on what he called virus-sized transistors. And in this conversation, it wrote very clearly that when a man-made structure is as small as a virus or bacteria, it can behave the way biological structures do. And they talk about using lipid nanoparticles. And this is the stepping stone to where they use for COVID-19. And the question is, was there more involved? Is it not possible that virus-sized transistors were exactly what happened? Did it get out? Did it cause sickness? And they blamed it on a pathogen? I don't know. The point is interesting that he, right in the beginning of COVID, got shuttled away under some allegation of treason, never stopped working, by the way, as the bee lady was talking about, that very clearly he never stopped working. How was he being charged with treason and investigated and never stopped his research with China? Because we're being lied to. I think that's very obvious. And now he's out now and still working on very dangerous technique, this kind of stuff. So my point is, if we think about the testing and how long it's been going on, remember we talked about the baffling brain illness. Well, what's interesting is you dive deeper, it's a mystery neurological illness. Well, what are we just talking about? We're talking about these neuro overlaps or these smart dust nanotech that's supposed to be working with your neuro. I mean, is it not possible that this is an example of that hurting people in the experimental process? Just a thought, not claiming that you should blindly accept that. Interesting to think about. And now, of course, overlapping that with COVID-19, the potential use of some kind of a biological element. We talked about this from the MIT study. New aerosolized mRNA delivering nanoparticles can vaccinate or they can eliminate. And you can read more about this. That's not my opinion. This is the Koch Institute saying this lipid can enable us to deliver mRNA to the lung much more efficiently than any other delivery system that has been reported so far. Here's the MIT article, one of them. New nanoparticles can perform gene editing in the lungs. Yeah, exactly. That's 2023. And engineers create an inhalable form of messenger RNA. That's 2019. So you could argue this is only from the element of the health side of it, but maybe there's much more going on here. And this is just recent. We already talked about this. Self-amplifying. Trump administration fast tracks controversial self-amplifying mRNA vaccine. It's hard not to see the overlaps. Now, here's an interesting point, just coming back to the spike protein production. This is Lindsay RN telling you that she's been testing her blood since she got these injections. And to this very day, is still producing a lot of spike protein.
Tell us, how long ago were you vaccinated?
My first vaccine was December 23rd, 2020, and my last vaccine was December 29th, 2021, and I am still producing spike proteins continuously. I'm at currently day 1542, which blows the Yale study out of the water. And I was a participant in that study, but they didn't want to put my data in there. I wonder why.
Yeah, so...
And that's about how long it stays in your blood, right? And what we understand now, and this is what worries me. If she's still producing spike protein, I don't understand how that makes sense without something like an internal nano platform. Like, why would your body continue to make even with the self-amplifying? At some point, that stops. At this point, as I understand it, it's hard to not see that as something that has been put into her that produces the spike protein, not the training of your body to react to something which then produces the spike protein, which is what they claim, right? Which then eventually, the original idea was one time and it's over. We know that didn't happen. But even then, the argument was that peters out. That worries me about the internal, the DARPA discussion, right? But
what Lindsay's just said, and that's why I asked her the question. She's 1,500 days out and she's still making spike protein. That is what is the scariest shit I've ever heard. And that's why this becomes, so you know what Jay Bhattacharya and Bobby Kennedy and all of these people need to do is they need to spend some money studying this disease. We have to, because we got to figure out why is she producing spike, what's it coming from, and then what can we do to interfere, to break the cycle. It should be an absolute priority instead of the NIH. You know that they were spending millions of dollars on grants studying vaccine hesitancy.
Now, the point for me is that they're going, we have to figure out why that's happening. I agree. I mean, it doesn't make much sense what we understand unless there's something like we got George Webb interview where the way he framed it is he thinks the original shots were sort of the platform, or rather the, what do you call it? Basically what's the right term? So like when you're drilling, if there's a term for the thing, like he's putting the platform and then whatever they do next will be the drill. That's as an analogy sense, right? So they set people up for that internal Vivo Nano platform, and then that's whatever, it seems to line up, and they can then change it outside. That is the actual tech that they've been studying. So let's not forget, by the way, that in 2020, right at the beginning of this, they were talking about the conversation of potentially self-spreading vaccines.
Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the word virus has been dominating media headlines as well as our daily lives. Did you know that one approach that has been proposed to control virally transmitted diseases is by releasing a virally transmitted vaccine? Unlike traditional vaccines, infectious vaccines do not require any individual consent.
As always, for the podcast, pointing out that they're showing these things passing over to children, pregnant women, with, as they say, with no consent. And this is not like some danger. They're talking about this as the possible future way.
Infectious solutions are also being developed for food and agriculture and are currently making their way through the regulatory approval process.
Which usually means they've been done and tested and worked on. These things are out there. And so if you understand why it's so concerning, you wonder whether there's no putting that genie back in the bottle. So just to skip to the end, you can see this was a symposium in Europe of 2020 that had involved everybody. This was a massive conversation, the Euroscience Open Forum. And now here is Bill Gates talking about how the self-assembling nanoparticles in the shots we're discussing.
Making the mRNA is really easy and really cheap. And that's the magic of this thing. But there's no doubt in the next 5 years, we can, we just need to mess around. There's a lot of lipid nanoparticles, and some are very self-assembling. There's no inherent reason it's not thermostable, it's not cheap, and it's not scalable. And
yeah, we need to mess around, right? And let's not forget that he had meetings with Donald Trump more than once now. And what was the main thing? Well, they're excited. He's excited about the new direction. That's what he said. That was more than one meeting now. And they all push back like, oh, that's just I forget what the framing even was from the right. Apparently not outraged that he had a meeting with Bill Gates more than once. And then after that meeting, the Stargate program and everything else, it's amazing what people can choose to ignore. BlackRock's the villain of the world until they work with XAI and then ignore it. It's willful ignorance. But important to highlight. Fox News yesterday, U.S. sees cases of new COVID-19 variant linked to surge in China. Feels very similar. But like I said every time, note it. Make sure you understand that this is what they're saying. Do not do their job for them. Interesting to see. NB 181, I guess, with everything that's coming, it wouldn't be hard to see this being used and having people that were the most resistant suddenly on board with doing something because Trump tells you this time it's real. How easy that would trick people right now. Oh, by the way, in case you forgot, I'll include this study that I was recently mentioning from the Ionitis group. Age stratified infection fatality rate of COVID-19 in the non-elderly population, which if you forgot, at a global level, before injections were given, the infection fatality rate may have been as low as 0.03% and 0.07. So 0.03 for under 59 and 0.07 for under 69, which is way less than the flu from the beginning. And the point is that if you understand how crazy that is, that because of those numbers, that shows you that 94% of the entire population on the globe were within that category. And that you get the Imperial College of London lie that we now know is just them lying to you and no one's ever held them accountable for that. And they built it up to be the worst dangerous thing. They jammed these down your throat. They hurt your children. They locked the world down and they tested on you. Trump to Biden, back to Trump. And it's still the same thing and no one's been held accountable. No one's gone to jail. But let's all pretend like that means what you want it to mean. Very clear. I just want you to remember that. This is the, as far as I can tell, the highest level reality. This is a massive, basically, this is the culmination of all the information that we had up until this point. No one has retracted this. Nobody has challenged it. They just move forward. It's pretty wild. So keeping all this in mind, back to the overarching point from before. Now, the obvious health side of it is very relevant, but I think it's much bigger than that, and these are all aspects of it. So we've talked about the DOGE part. We've talked about the surveillance, the aspect, and how that overlaps. What we're going to show you here is another couple quick points about the way that partisans perceive this, but also how this overlaps with the surveillance, then dovetails into the immigration, which then overlaps with Israel. Now, we talked about this great article. I recommend everybody read this. Strategic Culture Foundation, which, by the way, right now is completely blacked out of. You're not allowed to post their links on Twitter. Not at all. Not like you post it, it doesn't give you the drop down. No, nothing. It says you're not allowed to post these on Twitter. I just talked about this. Totally not censoring based on ideological information, right? Great platform. Check it out. The tart in this, and you can, I'm sure you'll be shocked to find out why. DOGE, aka the deep state, made official. You see why. The point is, it's a very compelling article showing you that whatever you want to think the deep state was, we all generally have some kind of consistent idea, unelected power structure. But what we all kind of highlight, the things we all generally seem to agree on. They make a really compelling argument that is that not what DOGE is representing right now? Is that not what they're doing? And I'm not even talking about debatable things, like what we all agree on. It's very well done. It's an important thing to consider. Because frankly, if that's what we've talked about, right? As the coming out of the shadows, right? The deep state, well, just going, okay, well, now we're going to become that. We're going to show you this is what, and they're not calling it that. But this is the official reality. We're enshrining that, sort of like the Patriot Act, the War Powers Act, plenty of points where, as Ron Paul points out, or like the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, right? There's a problem they notice, right? Well, people don't like the potential for propagandizing Americans, right? And so they address that problem because we know it's happening. It's illegal. And so what do? They pass a law. And the law makes it legal for that to happen, but as long as they claim national security. So the problem was that it was illegal, and we call it out. And their solution is to make it not illegal anymore. Yay! Or wait a minute, it doesn't make much sense. And so that's what we keep seeing them. This is what your government does left and right. So we all hate the deep state, so let's just turn it into something that we enshrine as official. Maybe don't call it that. It's pretty basic, and you've seen it happen throughout our lives. Read this, it's important. But on that note, and here's my coverage of that article in this show, the deep DOGE state, I called it. Let's talk about that and overlapping all of this, but first, some of the partisan coverage of this. Now, main point after everything we just talked about. I find it hard to believe that anybody can see what's happening and pretend that their goal was still to cut costs. I mean, guys, it's actually fundamentally the opposite at this point. They spent more. They haven't achieved pretty much a fraction of what they claim they would, even from DOGE's perspective. So here's what I think is fascinating. Clint comes out and says, the richest man in America, a guy who builds spaceships and robots and underground tunnels and brain chips, so we're told anyway, and AI superintelligence, couldn't reform the government. He couldn't cut any spending. In fact, we're on track to spend more this year than ever. Yeah, and I've been saying that since the beginning because that hasn't changed. So you're going to frame it as that so the idea is that he tried and just couldn't get it done, therefore why would that be? That's a self-serving assumption. Or he lied to you all. And that's the hardest thing to admit. And so you just gave him the benefit of the doubt. Blakely says, are we still pretending that this was ever a plan to cut waste? I mean, whether you agree with it or not, you know that's at least a possibility that gets right there. The point is that it's like, that's not on the table, even though it obviously is one of the most logical possibilities. She says, Musk is one of the largest military contractors with the government, and look at that. We're spending more. See, I mean, it seems pretty basic. He says, it seems like his efforts were sincere in terms of cutting. Okay, that's a personal, emotional argument. It seems to me the exact opposite based on the facts. But it says having the entire GOP, aside from Massey, work against him makes it impossible. What's weird is that he seems to love Massey, but everyone else now calling Massey a commie traitor. not everyone else, but the main Republicans. So it's funny that you can have that difference and not recognize that the main leading Republicans are not on the same side as you, that do not care about the same. I just don't know why people get blind themselves to a partisan game. Blakely says they never even attempted to go after the Pentagon, which literally should have been where they started. No response to that, right? Because I think it's transparent, my personal opinion. Jimmy tags what he says there and says, ultimately, DOGE was a scam and a smokescreen. Jimmy sees it, mostly because DOGE didn't audit the Pentagon, which was on purpose. The Pentagon is ground zero for waste, fraud, abuse, and now they're going to increase that fraud by $160 billion while cutting healthcare. Winning, promises kept, just because it's his thing. So that's my point from before, is that it's not about America first. It's clearly for a lot of them about Trump first. Whatever he does is the thing we all wanted, period. And that's what they're all adhered to. And I don't think that's even remotely the majority anymore. Musk is a huge defense contractor, so there's that. Clearly, it's time for MAGA to revolt. Will they? And he says, if they all demanded immediate action, I think they could prevail, but far too much trust the plan. It's a very strange response from someone who also seems to be slightly trusting the plan. I said, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, which we should never do with government. I think it's spectacularly obvious that cutting spending was just the claim to get many to cheer and follow as they build out what we all can now see. I think so anyway. Many called this out before this election, in fact. And here is what Shannon Joy had to say. This is Anomaly doing the same kind of thing. Elon Musk basically confirms that the GOP failed to implement DOGE cuts. Right, so now it's the GOP, which is the Republicans, but if they are against him, then they're rhinos, so it's still somehow not our side. It's impossible to follow along with that at the time, but it's simply saying, I agree fully with this take, and it's Elon Musk saying, yes, I think the appetite to cut spending in Congress was so much lower than he ever anticipated. So he really wanted to, and they just wouldn't let him. Guys, how many times have I gone over this? Right? I mean, just doing the same thing. How many times have I done that? We wanted to, but they just couldn't. They wouldn't let me. I'm the forlorn hero. It's just, I don't know why we always fall for this stuff. Is it possible? Sure. But everything we have in front of us shows you that that's a self-serving argument, that he tried and they wouldn't let him. Guys, they're spending more. He's spending more. They're rolling out $500 billion projects. They're not doing what they claimed they were doing. DOGE has done incredible work, he says, but the GOP has failed. Right, so Trump and Elon, they did it, but everyone else screwed him over, I guess. I mean, it's certainly one of the possibilities, but unless you look at everything else that's been going on and can prove 1,000 ways over that they have been involved, they're also doing the same things, lying about it left and right. Shannon says, DOGE was a fake ASS PR campaign. Oh my God, how do people not see this BS from Trump and Musk? She sees it. They're playing you. Don't be a chump. I agree. Oh, I think it was just one. I was just showing you her thing. And then here's the same comment from Clint saying the richest man in America, which, by the way, I don't even know if we can prove that. I think there's a lot of assumptions going on. The idea is that's the claim. I've seen a lot of information that challenges that, but it's hard to tell. The bottom line is saying he couldn't do it, then we're in trouble, right? Poncho the Ghost says he knew how to cut money. He found waste. He wasn't the problem. Congress has done next to nothing to follow up on what he's found about SAC payments, Social Security, benefits for illegals, crap foreign aid. And we've gone over each one of these things and shown you how they're just as much involved with most of this stuff. Our reps are representing the other interests, not ours, which, yeah, I agree. Exactly. However, they're all doing the same thing too. It's the benefit of the doubt to argue that they wouldn't do it. Or remember what we said right in the beginning? Again, it's funny how much of this comes back into mind. What did we say right in the beginning? That we're going to try our hardest, or like the confirmations, that they knew where this was going. Cause my opinion, they're all one thing. And so the idea is that we were going to get the good people in there, but Congress just wouldn't let us. Well, same thing here. If the argument is simply that he tried, but the other people wouldn't let him. Well, you don't think they know that? You don't think, or then why wouldn't the case be executive order everything like you keep telling Trump to do? Like, it's just so transparent that you, in some cases, think he can do whatever he wants all the time. And then other cases, when it doesn't work out, you go, well, his hands are bound. Well, how do those two things make sense together? And then, of course, Clint says, I'm not blaming Elon. Yeah. That one was very clear. Trust, we can see that you're going out of your way not to blame the one person who seems to be the most involved with this. Health Ranger does the same thing in a much more transparent way and says, I truly feel sorry for Elon Musk right now. Wow. He says he tried to do the right thing. Once in a lifetime opportunity to really slash big government and DOGE. Look, is it possible? That's exactly, yes. I've said from the beginning, I hope you're right. Right? From day one, much more opportunity for possibility when everything hadn't happened yet. Certainly could have been the case that he really wanted to. How are we still pretending this? How is that still, my opinion, he doesn't. That's what he wants to project because this is what gets you reach. My thing is, guys, come on. Elon Musk truly tried. Oh, he just tried. It just seems like even if it's the case, we can't prove that. So you're going along with what you want, the self-serving argument that makes your side. I mean, I just don't understand why you're putting out a personal opinion based on your emotional belief in something. This is not a religion, right? We're not in kindergarten. We should not be acting this way. And it says to slash big government and DOGE the heck out of the system, but the swamp won. And Elon was suppressed, and now nobody's going to slash big government. Like I said before, folks, nothing changes until the collapse. See, and this is where we're going. We're getting the argument from people about destroying the country, rebuild the country, suspending habeas corpus so we can get it back. Guys, how are we falling for this? It says the collapse is the real reform. The sooner the system collapses, the better. Now, look, I'm the first person to argue that government in general, I'm happy to see go away entirely. The thing is, that's not what's happening. If you want to see it, I mean, how didn't we just come through the argument of the Great Reset and Build Back Better? Here's your Republican version of Build Back Better. It's right there. And he says, the sooner the system collapses, the better, since we can't build a truly free republic under the control of the current swamp. That for sure is the case. And it cannot be reformed while it exists. Now, even if you agree with all those things, it's not to argue that you need to allow the government to do this seems crazy to me. I'm not disputing the seemingly set up to fail circumstance we're in. But your argument is to allow the government to do this. That is Trump. That's Elon. That's the point. I don't know why. See, it's the same as always. Letting the government solve the problem the government created is never going to solve the government's problem. And it says the only draining is the currency debt collapse that reboots the whole system. It's coming. And guess what? When they do that, guess what your currency will be? CBDC, digital currency. I guarantee it. And when it arrives, it will be very sudden and large and expected, like the 1991 collapse of the USSR. Prepare accordingly. But I feel sorry for Elon. He certainly tried, and he was doing the best he could. Ah, man. That's why Carrie Wedler and people like her are such a breath of fresh air for all of us out here that want honesty, objective, and nonpartisan conversation. And she says, waiting on DOGE to look into the Atlantic Council, a perfect representation of deep state they're supposedly dismantling, which they'll never do.
And I say that I think this does more harm than good is it's placed. Yeah. Because if they're not looking deep into the numbers, which is a lot of work, they're not seeing that these aren't actually real cuts. And what they're assuming is that Elon Musk is hard at work cutting waste, and liberals just hate it because they're challenging the deep state with it and something. But what I find interesting is that someone like Elon Musk, who commissioned the Twitter files publish things on the Digital Forensics Research Lab, which I know you guys are familiar with, the Atlantic Council. If we're talking about the deep state, because the whole branding here is Elon Musk is going after the deep state, and that's why people are so angry at him because he's really fighting the power. Okay, the Atlantic Council's board of directors is filled with CIA or former military. There's also funded by like the most powerful financial people. So to my understanding of the deep state, this is about as deep state as you can get. It's this intersection of powerful interests.
Yep. And as she writes, the Free Thought Project wrote, we ask our recent guest, Carrie Wedler, why she recently wrote DOGE does more harm than good, and explains Elon's cozy ties to the Atlantic Council and a notorious deep state think tank. Exactly. Breath of fresh air. Now, she also said this recently, which I agree with, and this is that same point back to what Clint and the rest were saying. Like, so we're spending more now than we were before. Now, what I keep saying from the beginning is the outcome. Stop listening to all the narrative and what they want you to look at and what they're shaking in front of you. Look at what they said. Look at what they did. What is the outcome? That's what matters to me. Now, yes, you can factor in that maybe they tried and failed and somebody else stopped him. That matters. But if we constantly are only looking for if we're only holding the government accountable for the outcome and we act accordingly, they can't play these games against you. And so here, what we have is the actions, the direction, the statement, the actions, and the outcome. What's that? More spending. Simple. And she says, it's truly an upside down propagandized clown world when politicians who campaigned on and people who voted for cutting spending and limiting government demand more spending and bigger government. The big bill, which Rand Paul and Massey will tell you is only going to increase the problem. But you see, the problem is that people want to go along with whatever the narrative is, the team sport. And a lot of them are already giving the pass to the people that caused this the most. Now, yes, you can argue that they wouldn't allow this or Republicans wouldn't do it. The point is, if you were trying to cut costs, you would not then be building on massive Stargate programs or funding Israel's genocide. It doesn't make sense if you just are honest with yourself. And same point, he says the richest man tried and failed. Just a thought, simply says, oh, give him some credit. He built this. DOGE is building a master database to surveil and track immigrants or anybody else under that guise because she gets it. And so here, ICE is paying Palantir $30 million because we're cutting costs, right, guys, to build Immigration OS surveillance platform, which can be clearly used to surveil anybody using biometrics and facial scans, which is already being done. That is what's actually happening. That's why we're pulling our hair out. Why couldn't we cut costs? Because they're literally building out the Great Reset technocratic overtake of this country. Well, let's look everywhere else and only look at the cat toys that dangly cat toy that Jones is putting over here to get you looking at something else entirely. Or here's the other article, Palantir's Immigration OS fuels Trump's administration immigrant removal agenda. Now, we also talked about suspending habeas corpus. I made a very deliberate point to use Mr. Zionist Miller here and that whole, how do you do, fellow kids meme? Because that's what he's doing. How do you do, fellow Americans? These people are actively destroying this country in the most embarrassing, clumsy, almost meant to make Americans look even stupider than half the world thinks we are. It's insane. Trump considers suspending habeas corpus. Now, on that very point, before we get into the overlap of immigration, let me also show you what Kristi Noem recently said, just in case you missed it, because this is insane.
Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President Lincoln used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason.
Now, why you know for sure beyond the fact that she said it wrong, that she doesn't know what she's talking about? She literally said Lincoln used it. Lincoln did not use habeas corpus, you absolute moron. Her argument is that he suspended it, and that at the time was literally unconstitutional until he later got it ratified by Congress. So her point that the president can do any of it is wrong. She also doesn't know what she's talking about, and that's absolutely terrifying to me. Now, it's certainly possible that she did that in order to get it cemented in people's minds, the falsehood. I wouldn't disagree with that possibility. Frankly, I think she's chosen because of that ignorance, because she is going along with whatever she was told to do. That's what I think. And I think this has to do with Zionism. I think it has to do with the collapse of this country in very obvious ways. Now, on the immigration point and how it overlaps, rather, I shouldn't say not the immigration point, but the overlap of that with the Israeli discussion. I forgot. I pulled off the immigration conversation for the next show. But another point to point out, to highlight this, that is more of a distraction kind of concept, you saw this going around. What's funny is I almost talked about this the other day because I saw them, breaking story that Biden was naming people pushing back on the vaccine domestic terrorists. Is that even information that we didn't? As far as I'm concerned, that was a very public conversation. It's very odd to me how especially this person and the rest, are repackaging basic information to people that get. It's just very strange to me. But he says the Biden administration secretly listed millions of Americans as violent domestic terrorists. Well, guess what? That's been going on for a long time. You could look at the conversation of the, I'm now blanking on the continuity of government conversation. This has been going on for a very long time. Constitutionalists have been on these lists for a long time. People that believe too much in the Constitution. We talked about this forever. Now, and then in particular, just during Biden's last administration, or more importantly, from Trump's into Biden's, that's what was going on. The argument of even the COVID-19 side of it under Trump's administration, there was already the conversation of the radicalization. It's all been building. And it's whether it's hate speech, we'll get into in a minute, or it's these conversations, it's always about making it one side of the conversation. But the point is, massive story, he says. But I said, nope, Old news. Here's the article Whitney wrote for TLAV back in 2021. Right in the beginning of the administration, which was who is a terrorist in Biden's administration, Biden's America. Read it for yourself. It talks about the vaccine conversation. It talks about claiming people are domestic extremists because of that conversation. So if we wrote about it back then, it's not really a breaking massive story, then is it? But the problem is it's about distracting you into something else. My point is, nope, old news, but great for distracting from how Trump's administration is currently doing the exact same thing for Israel right now. Using hate speech or whatever else, you're turning us into domestic terrorists because we speak out about a foreign government or because we use language you don't agree with. But that's the acceptable version of it today. It's always the same thing. Half the paradigm is always part of it, and people like this tow it along every single time. You can read it for yourself. It's a great article. Important to understand. And a lot of kind of like ahead of the curve information, by the way. Just want to share it out real quick. So, on that note, here is a point just to set a tone about language I think is interesting. This is recent. Simon Godek points this out on the 21st. Europe is now jailing people for words. 5 fans have just been sentenced to prison for insulting a millionaire footballer, which is insane. It's lunacy. One, you could say what you want out loud, not in some place in the country right now. But here's what's crazy is that at least for a while, weirdly not right now, the Elon Musk and Jones and Twitterverse and all the Republicans couldn't stop screaming about how Europe was collapsing because of this kind of thing. Woke ideology, which I agree with, but that's half the story. The point is, this is crazy and it's obviously a violation, especially from an American perspective, but in general, but that's exactly what's happening right now in this country. That's now, I think, why they're suddenly so quiet about it, because you cannot hide the argument that this is if you're going to argue this is a problem, guess what? They're doing that to Americans because of hate speech right now. Yes, anti-Semitism is one version of that they're using. It's the same as before. Don't forget that right back then, they called you guys Nazis because of your anti-Semitism, because of the red hat. Now suddenly you're the ones pointing and calling other people anti-Semites. It doesn't make sense. The point is, this is a problem no matter where it's happening, and it's happening all over the place, and it's not partisan. It's not left. It's all of it. They're trying to use information, words to suppress the flow, keep you or potentially put you in jail for saying things they don't like. So here is the overlap in this country where Thomas Massey is calling out the GOP-led anti-Semitism bill, another one that opens the idea that you can be arrested, sentenced because of speech. It's so transparent what's happening, and people like that are not calling this out. Not really. Here's an example of this. Adam said this is not a joke. Zionist doxers ordered the U.S. government to silence an Israeli critic, or an Israel critic. And Pam Bondi and Leo Terrell actually responded. This shouldn't be shocking, by the way, seeing as how this has already happened, that in a court document, oh, it's the wrong one. In a court document, this is the same article, they reveal that a visa was stripped from a guy based on a tweet alone from Batar. Canary Mission and Batar, they sent it to them. They had him arrested for 48 hours, pulled his visa until he was able to prove it was a lie. That's where we are. This government and people like Miller are absolutely allowing that. I thought that was the one. Let me see if this is it. Guess not. Anyway, it's in the article. It's in the show. You can check it out for yourself. So the point is, not only they're already responding to whatever the Zionist group says to go after, Americans included, now you have this kid who you've seen. He does good work, talking about what he sees, breaking down lies of Zionism. Stop Anti-Semitism says, meet Guy Christensen, a TikTok influencer with millions of followers who has built his platform by glorifying terrorism? Hardly. Spreading anti-Semitic propaganda? Nope. And most recently, celebrating the murder of Jews? Not even remotely. I mean, how sad and embarrassing and pathetic that that's the best they can do. You know why they're going after him? Because he's influential and because he does a pretty good job of breaking it down based on the facts, giving you material to look at. And he's pretty benign if you listen to him. He's not extremist. He's not, intifada or whatever, which I don't even think is an extremist based on the world we're dealing with right now, where people are simply calling for resistance. The point is, you watch him, he's very, even in the context of, you get what I'm saying. Like, he's not even pushing the envelope. He's basically just saying they're committing genocide. Here, you can prove it. Here's a video. And they went after him like crazy. Leo Terrell from the DOJ goes, we'll review all leads. They're literally responding to these accounts who are driving their censorship of Americans and anybody else. Pam Bondi says, thanks, Leo. So your U.S. government, and don't be for a second think I'm only talking about the current right. It's your government, but yes, in particular right now, the Trump administration are responding to people that are speech who are saying things. Why? Because they've set this up to go after you criminally because of your words. And that's not supposed to be happening in this country. Now, he does say doxing. I don't think this was doxing necessarily. It's just saying who his name was. But it says, yet, instead of condemning, they're fueling a free speech crackdown. All while the Epstein case gathers dust. Where are you at, conservatives? I know most of you are starting to call it out. Step up. Find the courage. Realize you're being played. Now, here is a great clip from James Lee. As he says, America is occupied. I'm just so glad that people are finally finding the courage to, he's been doing it for a long time, by the way, but others to talk about this. It's not about racism, guys. It's very clear about a government controlling government policy. And that's why it's so important for them to hide this, both your government and the U.S. government. Check it out, guys. It's very real. People are just finally starting to see it.
You want to know why America's cooked? It's not China. It's not Russia. It's this.
It's your first sport. Yeah. And you're walking with the Congresswoman. Yes, oh my gosh, please.
Well, thank you so much for your community service.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I was wondering, with all the support of Republicans and people who are anti-choice and people who are working to disrupt our election systems that AIPAC is doing right now, I'm wondering why you're accepting their support. I'm a Jew and my family lives here in this community.
Yeah.
And I really think that those kinds of candidates are making the Jewish people less safe. I'm wondering why you're accepting their
Well, thank you so much for coming and bringing your kiddo. It's so nice to meet with you.
It's nice to meet you too. I'm just wondering, I want to make life and this country a safe place for him to grow up in. I'm wondering why you would want to accept their endorsement and $800,000 in ads this year.
Yeah. I guys, I have received, how many endorsements have I received this election?
A lot.
I think I've got a lot of local labor endorsements.
You are a great representative and we really appreciate your support. I'm just hoping
you can use you guys. Oh my God, guys.
This is not, look at a boat. Let's ride the boat.
Oh, I have so many endorsements everywhere. Bye. Yeah, a congresswoman who purports to care about Jewish safety, but won't answer any questions from her own constituents voicing concerns about their safety. That was Representative Haley Stevens, Democrat from Michigan's 11th District. And this may sound like a crazy conspiracy theory, but she was placed in that seat specifically to represent Israel.
I completely agree. And you'll remember the person she replaced, we already talked about this, and even MSNBC covered this. But think about what you just saw. All happy, but the moment that comes up, almost like, couldn't get away fast enough. That shows you that clearly that is more important. And maybe you could argue it's not Israel, it's just the money, right? Fair enough. You can consider that. But whatever it is, it's more important than the people she's supposed to represent. So even if you just think it's money, that means money controls this country and not you. Now, we all know it's more than just money at this point, but hopefully we do. Either way, that means that we don't have what we think we do. It's just time to be very honest about this, then recognize where that money's coming from, and then you can really see how the strings are being pulled.
That's right. Back in 2022, the pro-Israel lobby donated $3 million to her campaign in a safe Democrat district because they wanted to oust the incumbent, Andy Levin, an actual Jewish representative, because they deemed him not pro-Israel enough.
Which shows you, as always, it's about Zionism and nothing else.
Quote, AIPAC has targeted Levin for defeat because while he comes from a well-known Jewish political family and has voiced support for Israel's existence, he has also been sharply critical of that nation's policy towards Palestinians living in Israeli-controlled territories.
I'm really Jewish, but AIPAC can't stand the idea that I am the clearest, strongest Jewish voice in Congress, standing for a simple proposition that there's no way to have a secure democratic homeland for the Jewish people unless we achieve the political and human rights of the Palestinian people.
That is all it takes, folks. The mildest form of criticism, and you're out. To serve in the United States Congress, you must pledge 100% allegiance to Israel. Hence why Haley Stevens, who supposedly cares a lot about Jewish lives, can act with such disdain towards her own Jewish constituents. Once again, to put it bluntly, she is not there to serve the people of Michigan. She's there to serve Israel. And if AIPAC and the rest of the pro-Israel lobbying apparatus even catches wind of a slight waver in your support of Israel, you better watch out.
Here are the top 20 recipients in Congress, the House and the Senate, of AIPAC money in the 2022 midterm cycle, according to Open Secrets. They're members of both parties. They come from every corner of the country with varying levels of experience in Congress. The Democrat Glenn Ivey of Maryland tops the list. He beat out fellow Democrat Donna Edwards in Maryland's House primary after AIPAC poured millions into pro-Ivey advertisements and mailers. Edwards was running for a second stint in Congress after serving during the Obama administration, where she voted present, not even a no, on a number of pro-Israel resolutions. So the money poured in against her.
And next on the list is Thomas Massie of Kentucky, to punish him for exposing that every Republican member of Congress has a, quote, AIPAC handler. The last thing I'll say, because I want to leave it on a positive note, a note of action, is to say that for people who maybe don't care to pay attention to politics because it's so depressing, it's a cesspool, I have a tip, a heuristic, and that is the easiest way to decide who to vote for is whichever candidate has raised the least amount of money, because that means they are more beholden to the people who vote for them and not for the people who fund them. My name is James Lee. This is the 5149 Show. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe for more.
Everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What's that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter.
Why have I never heard this before?
Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country? It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
Why have I never heard this before? Oh, what's going on? I can't believe it. It's basic and transparent, and it's been talked about for a very long time. But sure, gosh, gee golly, I didn't see that until just now. Be careful. There's a lot of people out there trying to manipulate. Great work here. I think it's important to see this. And obviously, guys, this goes back a long way. Now, here's another point from WikiLeaks sharing you that we just talked about Microsoft canceling the email of the director Khan from the ICJ. Or ICC in regard to the investigation. I mean, it's just wild how transparent that is. They canceled his bank. His Microsoft pulled his email. I mean, how do we not? That's just weaponization from Israel. It's transparent. Now it's as Microsoft is facing internal backlash over its provision of cloud services and AI tools to the Israeli military. The Azure conversation, which is just massively utilized by the Israeli government. And in fact, I think that's an extension of it through Microsoft, which is, I think their main location is now in Israel. It says the company is now reportedly blocking employee emails containing terms like Palestine, Gaza, genocide. See my point, guys? This is Palestine, Gaza. So now Microsoft is just blocking emails. Which, how long have I been telling you this? Like, my emails don't even work anymore. That's why I recently put the new phone line in, because I mean, it's just, I don't even want to get into, I wasn't even going to bring it up, but the stuff that's going on with my electronics, I was going to show you guys in the beginning today what I've been doing in my garden and like our area. We got a whole bunch of stuff growing. I just want to kind of inspire some people to get out there and do the same. I took these this morning and tried to send them to myself 4 different ways, and I just couldn't get it. My phone just wouldn't send it. It just wouldn't load. And it's like, that's just one of 100,000 things we're dealing with. My point is, guys, this is where we are. We talked about the trucker convoys, right? Getting depersoned. I mean, it's right in front of us, and it's happening every day. And all of the strings tie back to exactly what we're talking about. Azure. The block was revealed that No Azure for Apartheid, which is the group's name, of pro-Palestinian Microsoft workers who say that they revealed this, who say the company quietly activated the filter on its Exchange servers shortly after a protest at Microsoft in 2025. Man. And I simply said, now Microsoft is supporting the current U.S. government directive, left and right, by the way, of censoring and possibly deporting those who speak out about Israel's genocide. What about censoring American free speech on behalf of a foreign government as America first? I'd love an answer. And then, of course, before we finish with Israel, this is from the 21st. Netanyahu says, Trump told me I have absolute commitment to you. U.S. deepening ties with Arab states can expand Abraham Accords. to which there was zero pushback. So again, didn't Jones and the rest just tell us that we knew for sure that he was going to split with Netanyahu? I told you I was going to be right. Well, maybe it'll happen in the future. And many people have argued that would eventually potentially happen. But this idea that if you just project any possibility every other day, that eventually something happened, then you can't even be. The point is, guys, whether it's Ukraine or Israel, they are immersed. And these people that are out there constantly trying to trip you up, make you think that it's not that. Every day with a different lie or deception, even if they don't even happen. Weren't we just told they were going to split and now they're not dependent on U.S. aid? Well, that was a narrative that was very easily floated, and I hope that happens, even if it's just Netanyahu, because that shows you we're going in the right direction. As of right now, I don't see that at all. I see more work, more alignment, more censorship, more action on behalf of a foreign government. And so to understand what that government is, just in case you haven't been paying attention, let's finish with what Israel's actually doing. Now, this is important to see, seeing as how this overlaps first with the conversation of the embassy staff that was shot. Netanyahu on the 22nd talks about how last night something terrible happened in Washington, which is horrible. Whatever, just because someone's Israeli does not therefore mean they are what you could point at about people in the government, the IDF, people that are screaming about rape and genocide, murder. There's plenty of people in Israel who are calling that stuff out. However, though, you can show that one of the people involved, the guy, was actively saying that hospitals were open targets and that we shouldn't be stopping from hurting people. So I'll go into that in a second. Nonetheless, it's still sad that people get killed and hurt. Human life matters. The point is that here is what Voice of Rabbis had to say about Netanyahu trying to claim this for himself. He said the murder of Yaron and Sarah was horrific and must be condemned. But Free Palestine is not Heil Hitler, which I'll play for you in a second. He actually said that. And saying so is dangerous incitement. Voice of Rabbis, an Orthodox Jewish organization, says Israel is not the Jewish state. Netanyahu is not a Jewish leader. He does not speak for the Jewish people or the Torah. Stop using our pain to justify what you're doing. Another clip. This is a little breakdown from James Lee about this discussion. And I think he does a good job being objective about this and kind of making it a point you don't expect at the end. And I agree. I think we should do our best to avoid in any way trying to fall into assumptive directions. Either way, though, he does present this, and I do think it's worth considering that this very well could have been a false flag. Always. I've said this no matter what the conversation. If you're afraid to say that's a possibility, then you are already trapped. I'm not saying, I'll go over it again. I think there's very clear signals around this, but I haven't decided. I don't think it's definitive, but always a possibility, no matter how sensitive, no matter how dangerous, remember in the beginning, and this is not even the right example since I don't think the false flag, even though kind of it does fit, the conversation of the rape that happened in regard to Israel and Gaza. They have now proven, even the woman they claim with the gray pants has now said it out loud that she wasn't raped. Despite that still being notice how you don't see the gray pants with the stain anymore, but it's still out there. But they lied about that. They forced it in. And what was my point? Damn you for making me have to stand up and question such a terrible thing. But that's our job. It is my job is to do that no matter what, no matter how uncomfortable. The truth is what matters to me. And we were on the right side of that. And so the same thing here is that we should never shy away from wondering whether this is something that was made to happen or faked. I don't think that's what happened, but just realize that it's amazing that we've been pushed away from being able to even consider those things, regardless of how prevalent they are throughout history. And I mean prevalent, if you understand the reality. But check this breakdown, and then we'll go into this story.
I have to say this, but these two people did not deserve to die. I read that he had just proposed to her or was about to propose to her. Either way, I do not condone what happened to them. But what I will say is that this tragedy was very convenient to the country for which they served. Because just yesterday, said country fired warning shots at foreign diplomats who were visiting. A delegation representing 31 countries, including Italy, Canada, Egypt, and the UK, had to run for cover. Not a great situation. Their official story is that they had fired warning shots at this group of diplomats and journalists because their tour had veered into an unauthorized area. Ryan Grimm commented that even if every word of that story is true, it is still a deranged, unhinged thing to do, to which I say I completely agree. Anyway, a day later, this other horrible thing happens. And I'm not saying that this isn't a coincidence, but the end result is that today the media cycle has completely shifted. Okay, the same search terms are now conveniently yielding very different results. Funny how that works. Anyway, the last thing I'll say about this is that I think it's just a really bad sign for this country that a heinous act of violence like that happens and a not so insignificant percentage of the population thinks either A, they had it coming, or B, that it was some kind of false flag operation perpetrated by the victims themselves. Not an ideal situation, let's just put it that way.
Now, if you know his work, you know as well as I that he in no way is suggesting that that's not something you should consider or that it's not possible, right? If I'm willing to bet if you actually get the way he presented that, it seems like he does think it's certainly one of the possibilities. But I like the way he ended it. The point is that that's sad that we're in this binary, broken, partisan game where basically your only two driven choices are that it's absolutely made up and fake or that these people got what they deserved. That's wild. And it just shows you that they are everything we're dealing with is to divide you into two camps so those camps can be pitted against each other, usually with neither of them having the full picture. It's every single day in every possible way. And at one point or another, we all seem to be able to acknowledge that, except when we're immersed in it. So I think he did a good job there. The point is there's a lot of reason to think that there's some weirdness around this, not least of which is that they've faked things just like this many times in the past. I just went over this in the last show. That shouldn't even be contentious. The Guardian has written about faking, Jewish people faking anti-Semitic attacks or anti-Semitic graffiti or actually attacking people and claiming, this happened in Israel since October 7th more than once. It's just frustrating that we always have to qualify these things, even though it's one of the easiest parts to prove. Not to say the same as assuming that's what happened here, right? That's what always frustrates them about that, is that we are being objective about this. I'll include James Lee's interview with me from a while ago. I should connect with him again. Now, here's what Caitlin had to say, and this is the first part we saw. As Glenn Greenwald said, the ADL is already exploiting this, like immediately exploiting this, the murder of 2 Israeli embassy staffers to demand more limits on free speech, specifically demanding Israel critics with the large platforms be banned for speaking about Israel. It's just right in front of you. And Caitlin Johnstone said, Zionism is the single greatest threat to free speech in our society today. The West's support for Israel is causing a nonstop aggressive assault on our civil rights throughout the entire Western world. And the scary part is that it teeter-totters back and forth. So they were driving the Democrats to push for it a different way, and now all of a sudden the Republicans are doing the same thing. And how we don't allow that to see us, what's really driving this, I don't know. She goes, this is personal. Israel directly threatens us all. I agree. And that's not the same as saying every Israeli, by the way. That's important. Now, here's another clip. ADL's David Goldenberg calls for mass censorship, deplatforming, and repealing Section 230 after 2 Israeli embassy aides were shot in D.C. Quote, these tech platforms are not guaranteed under the Constitution. They're just not. Gee, I wonder where that thread's been coming from the entire time. Driving us into this position, which is only going to create more suppression, more control. And don't forget, guys, of all the platforms, the ADL literally works with Twitter right now on the surface, like more than before. The Yacarino ADL overlap, the partnership they told you about right in the beginning, is obvious and it is prominent. Here's what he said.
I would say, look, I can speak specifically from an ADL perspective. ADL Center for Technology and Society has done significant studies in the responsiveness of tech platforms, and we've actually graded them on their responsiveness of anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, other forms of hate.
Again, all of which are speech, and you can say what you want. This world in which they've created a dynamic. Like, let me ask you this. If you came out online right now and you started talking about, just pick any serious event, anything. Like, how about Rwanda? If you came out and said, I don't think Rwanda actually happened, would you be attacked the same way? Which I would also come, look, the point is you have a right to express your discontent and say, you're ridiculous, man. Here's all the information. Here's Norman Finkelstein. He will tell you you're wrong in regard to the Holocaust. Even, and the point is he will nonetheless avidly fight for your right to deny that it happened because he believes in free speech that much. But we'll stand there and tell you you're wrong. And they will always misrepresent him as somehow being a Holocaust denier, despite how clearly he lays that out. The point is simply it's speech. And this is the same kind of point as before. There's these carve-outs where that's somehow off the table. It's just more speech. If you're allowed to say and think and express your thoughts around these things any way you want. It only became a problem when people started weaponizing these things. And there's an endless amount of Jewish people out there that will tell you how Israel's weaponized that exact conversation. It's nonstop. And even me just expressing that, regardless of whether, the idea that I will happily call someone out for being a racist around any number of these conversations, but yet I'll still be called a racist because I say people can say what they want. And that shows you the crux of the problem. They just need to control your speech.
You have a platform like Meta that just gutted its entire fact-checking department, and they're moving away from it. And so what we need to do is we need to apply pressure in a real significant way on tech platforms that they have a responsibility, that they have a absolute responsibility to check and remove hateful speech that is insightful.
And as always, who gets to decide what is hateful? It's really interesting. As much as I'm really adverse to where Jordan Peterson has ended up in all of this, because whatever happened with all that, I'll play this. I'll see if I still have the clip where he makes a very logical claim that if you allow that to happen, well, what's going to happen is the people you would least want to control that outcome will be the ones that gravitate towards controlling it, which is where we are. And we all know that, except that everyone runs from this conversation.
Not insightful with an S, but insightful with a C. Right? And so we need to do that. Congress, there's a role for federal regulators to play. And there's also a role that states can even play too. And we've seen that in places like California and others. You hold them accountable. Like right now, tech platforms are not accountable for having misinformation. Was it shared?
I mean, can you even think about what he's saying right there? So your argument is that so what's misinformation? You can't be wrong. You spread misinformation every day. So is the government. So that's allowable for misinformation because they're going to decide that you didn't mean to or that you meant to. It's malinformation. It's wildly subjective. And I mean, at the textbook example is a violation of free speech because you can lie under free speech. Right? You have the right to lie and be wrong. And that's free speech. You can say whatever you want. They're trying to create a circumstance that sounds logical to shut that down. That's been going on for a long time, not even new in any sense. But it's ramping up right now because of this conversation. And you could argue, manufactured for that, used for that, outcome's the same.
Section 230 of the National Communications Act, or the Federal Communications Act. Congress needs to amend Section 230, which provides immunity to tech platforms right now for what happens. Right?
If you do, all you're going to do with that is create more censorship, which is exactly what they want. They'll get rid of literally anything that even flirts with that line because they don't want to be held accountable for it. The reason that was there is because of the reality of free speech, and they're actively chipping that away. Good way to pause that. These people are, you can see it in their eyes. And I'm talking about anybody that's extreme, whether, or Zionist in this case, but anything else, extremists, whatever the religion, whatever the flavor, whatever the government mindset, I see a similar thing in them.
To what Mark Zuckerberg said, for example, when he testified before Congress. He was like, listen, if you called 20 years ago or 30 years ago, if you called somebody to to issue a bomb threat, you didn't sue the bells. They were just the platform through which, the conduit through which, or the platform through which, the person made the threat. I'm not responsible for the threat, right? These tech platforms are not guaranteed under the Constitution.
I just had an epiphany. Real quick. So think about this. Stupid StreamYard settings. What have we been seeing from Elon Musk? He's been really driving this idea that Twitter is the news. And I've always been so confounded by that's just the dumbest argument. There's all sorts of stuff that's not news on the platform. It's simply a medium. Yes, there is news posted on it, but it's like calling your television set the news. It's not. It's a medium through which news can travel, like he just said. So what's interesting is by using Elon's argument, they're setting themselves up to be able to be shut down for that reason, which then forces them to comply with more censorship. Sounds like a manufactured excuse to me. Worth considering.
They're just not. They're private companies under the Constitution. They're just not. They're private companies. They can use their user agreements to kick people off, to deplatform. They did. And then we've seen in the last few years when Elon Musk bought X, right, the deplatforming of people. You saw Facebook and Meta that changed their policies, right, the replatforming of people, right? So Congress could amend that act and actually hold tech platforms accountable. And I guarantee you, look what's happening right now on college campuses. Universities are being held accountable for the anti-Semitism.
Oh, God. You're right. Of course, that's where he goes with that. Or people are being, it's weaponized against people for not suppressing speech. Just transparent. Now, I really think there's something to that. If you really think about that for a second, the idea of what he's really saying is that, well, they, if you create the circumstance that Elon is, that they are the news, then they are then held to that standard. And that means they have to then critique or censor or fact check what you're putting out. It's very simple to think about now. I've always felt there was something there. So ADL's David Goldenberg calls for mass censorship, deplatforming, and repealing the Section 230. So here it was just that quick clip showing you him actually saying that, because I just find this to be insane. Like, this is the thing about this. You could argue that you feel that some people say that and mean something bad, but to just say free Palestine equates to Heil Hitler, it's cartoonish. And that's why I think it's my point about Israeli propaganda. You could have packaged this 100 better ways that made it feel a little bit more logical. But no, they just go straight to they make it silly. I don't know whether there's a design in that or not, but here's what he actually said.
Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler.
He actually said that. I mean, that's so stupid. So you're telling me that, people out there are saying free Palestine. So literally nobody anywhere in the world means we want a state to be free. They all just mean we love Nazis, which is just so stupid. It doesn't make any sense other than it gives people who already know they're lying a talking point. And that's how this works. And this is what your governments out there support blindly. So here, continuing, is one of the people, and Yaron was one of the people that were shot. There's many examples of this. If you look up to what he's putting out there, the other point we're going to get to is, remember, he was a Christian Zionist. He was not a Jewish person. And so what's crazy is that all of them, J.D. Vance, they all rushed out to be like, 2 Jews were shot, and then had to edit their tweets, which shows you that they had a direction, they had a mandate, people were going, this is the agenda here. Or at least they know the talking points, they know what they're supposed to do, and so they reacted until then it came out that it weren't, and they tried to hide it. So it shows you they're not interested in facts here, guys. They know their marching orders. So first, he is a Christian Zionist, and he says, and this is confirming what we knew all along, Hamas embeds itself in Gaza civilians. No, we haven't seen any examples of that. In fact, they've been proven to have been keeping them safe in about 14 different ways. On top of that, we know that Israel's been caught using human shields 45 times over. We'll talk about that today, yet again, or wherever that was. Oh, yeah. No, where was that? Hold on. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Here's the article. A new Associated Press article, a new one. Israeli soldiers and former detainees tell AP of Israel's use of human shields. It just never stops. And there was a point about, which one was it? I'm trying to remember if I want to pull something forward. Anyway, so this first part is just simply showing you that he says even hospitals are not off limits. Yeah, you mean something that is provably a war crime? Well, yes, thank you for making our point. Slain Israeli diplomats in D.C. remembered as voices for peace. That's how they're framing it. Even though he's calling for the bombing of hospitals. So that's a little bit contradictory to me. Just being objective. You take it personal if you want. These are just facts. Just like the other conversation we talked about. Now here's Dan Cohen highlighting what J.D. Vance did. My heart breaks for the 2 Jews who were murdered last night. That's what he wrote. Anti-Semitic violence has no place. Well, he said free Palestine. What does that have to do with Jews? He's talking about a state fighting another state, but they need to make it about that. Now, of course, it could, but how do you know that, J.D. Vance? You don't. You didn't know what is his mind. You're going along with what you know you're supposed to do. That's what these people do. And he reposted it, changed it. And he says, J.D. Vance edited his post, assuming that they were both Jewish, and then realized he was a Christian Zionist, but still called the killings anti-Semitic. Right? He goes, the real anti-Semitism is assuming that everyone who works for Israel is a Jew. That's exactly what Israel creates, which creates the anti-Semitism that they need to rationalize their existence, which is why Jewish people like Dan Cohen are calling out their lie. And he goes, stop trying to twist definitions to fit Zionist political dictates. Exactly. And this is the kind of thing we're seeing, also showing you a talking point, a line, which overlaps with the Trump and immigration and the lunatics like Laura Loomer out there, which this person says, this is why. So remember, we're talking about, as Dan writes, the deranged Washington, D.C. Israeli embassy staff shooter gave a gift to the Zionist lobby. So we're going to get into a second the very, very striking evidence that suggests this was planned. Regardless, the narrative is a Hispanic American citizen who, a lefty apparently, said free Palestine and was going after for that reason. Okay. So the point is that guy, he's arguing, was a deranged person who shot people. So clearly, and he literally handed a gift to the Zionist lobby. I agree. Shifting the international spotlight away from the fact that they just shot openly at a bunch of diplomats, that literally changed the entire conversation, or any number of other things. So the point is simply, it's like we just said, a Hispanic American citizen. That's the story. And this guy says, this is why low IQ foreigners don't belong in this nation. That's what his response was. They are serious detriment to us all. Not only is that just a disgusting thing to say in any context, the idea is do you not know the story, or is it a bot? Is this, I don't know, but this is everywhere. And here's, you can prove to you it's not just the bots. Here's Laura Loomer. She goes, he was wearing a kippah and shouted, the only solution is intifada. As far as I can tell, literally didn't happen. Free Palestine is what we saw. But of course, she's not about the facts. She's about trying to force in a political narrative for her gross agenda. And it says, and then he assassinated 2 Jews. Nope, one was a Christian. Doesn't matter though. See, even when you get proven to be wrong, it doesn't matter. Well, one was a Christian. Doesn't change the fact. No, it does though, because facts matter, Laura. They do. And he goes, we need to rid our country of the foreign financed Palestinian influence by the Muslim Brotherhood to protect Americans from the mental illness known as the Palestinian movement. My God, these people were terrorists. And he responded to her first place after she's screaming about this, going, bring back the Islamic immigration ban. And he goes, well, the murderer was apparently Latino, so you're dumb. And she says that. And he responds by saying, hey, Laura, let's sum it up. Israel is slaughtering tens of thousands of children, which you never condemn. Wonder why? Wink, wink. A woke leftist Latino gets radicalized and kills 2 Israelis. None of them Christian. Or excuse me, one of them Christian is what he said. Your response, ban Muslim immigration. Make it make sense. It's so crazy. Where I shudder to think that there are that many people that are stupid enough to fall for that in this country. That terrifies me. I'd like to believe, it's in my interest to believe that's not the case. Here's what Adam points out. So you're telling me 2 Israeli diplomats got killed across the street from an FBI field office, which is the case, outside a Jewish museum that had been closed for 4 hours that day. And one day after, Israel fired at European diplomats. And Europe was talking about sanctions. And you don't think it's a false flag? Which I wouldn't assume, but those are interesting points to bring up on top of the fact that what we talked about yesterday, which was that he apparently was very conspicuous, did all of this, and then walked back into the museum, and that's where they arrested him, to where they brought him back out briefly to where he said, free Palestine, and then they sat him down. Because that all perfectly makes sense, right? Now, that doesn't prove everything you want it to mean, but you have to admit that doesn't make sense. So like we've talked about with other stories, people tend to make anomalies mean what they want them to mean. It could mean that, but it is an anomaly. That doesn't line up. To me, that shows there's very clearly something else going on. I don't know. You can decide, but consider how obvious that is. Here, as Khaleesi points out, Elias Rodriguez was his name, the alleged shooter at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., after being arrested. Remember, as he walked back inside the Jewish museum after shooting people outside, then he gets arrested, then he walking back out to yell that, then they sit him down on the stairs and then leave him there alone. Does that make sense? Left him with his legs crossed to sit and chill alone. That does seem strange, but you can decide for yourself. Now, all of it together, I think what stands out the most is simply that this is the timing of it that you can see, as well as if you look at the search results, that you see the graphic going around, which is very easy to look up. Israeli shoots at diplomats. It was all about that happening. The next day, less than 24 hours later, it breaks down as that you search the same terms, and now it shows you only about the Israeli embassy people being shot. Now, why would that come up with Israeli shoots at diplomats? Because that's how the search engine works. It is whether or not this was organic, that was part of the cover-up. That's how this tends to work. Microsoft, Google, it's all Grok. It's all part of the same thing. Then again, the idea that this happened, the timing of it, the association, the walking back in afterward. I mean, the idea that you're right across from the FBI office, that this was closed for 4 hours, then why was he? I mean, none of it adds up. Again, doesn't have to prove that. But it's just like with the shooting for Trump. Everyone pretends like what they said made sense. They move forward, and now half of them are allowing them to say there was one shooter. It's just blind, guys. Now, here is another example on top of everything else we showed you before of the fact that, I mean, we showed you a lot of the different examples of like faking anti-Semitic crimes. We've showed you this clip before. This is a former MI6 talking about how Mossad faked things just like this.
But the two cases that really got us, first of all, there was a false flag attack in London in 1994, where a car bomb exploded outside the Israeli embassy in the center of London.
Now, I remember this vaguely. This is, we're talking 14 years ago.
It's a long time
but
ago.
But it was huge at the time. I mean, it was a huge worldwide story.
Yeah. In fact, there'd been an earlier attack against some Jewish interest section in Buenos Aires earlier that year as well. Similar sort of MO, modus operandi, with a car bomb driven and parked outside that exploded. Very minor injuries, that was all. Okay. Nobody was killed. And it was a very sophisticated device. It appeared to eat itself, eat all the forensics. Now, this is very, very rare. Even the IRA, which is a very sophisticated terrorist organization, could not make bombs that effective. So it looked like a, sort of fairly technical person had put that together. But what emerged from that, the senior MI5 officer who was in charge of the investigation into it and had seen all the evidence, but also all the intelligence, which isn't necessarily admissible in court, wrote his formal assessment at the end of the case. And he said he reckoned that Mossad, the Israeli External Intelligence Agency, had bombed their own embassy. A sort of controlled explosion outside the embassy. And as I said, that was a senior MI5 officer. That was his formal verdict. If you read that on the internet now, you would say that sounds like some mad conspiracy theory. But it wasn't. This was the official position of MI5. And he said that they did it for two reasons. One, they were always hassling MI5 for increased security around their embassy and other interests in London. Because, of course, London had a reputation of giving safe haven to Arab dissidents from around the world at that point. And MI5 kept saying, well, there's no reason to increase the threat assessment. You don't need extra protection. So letting off a controlled explosion outside, of course, they immediately got what they wanted there. But crucially, two innocent Palestinians were arrested, charged and convicted of conspiracy to cause that attack. And they were very active in a Palestinian support network in London, political campaigning for the people on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And they were gaining some traction in the media. They were getting quite a lot of support. So by arresting these people and framing them for an attack and sticking them in prison, the whole network just shattered and hasn't got back on its feet to this day. So that would be a clear political advantage.
The evidence goes back a very long way, and it's very prominent. I'll include some of these articles, but you just search. It's actually surprising how many articles you get, and I'm talking from like the Guardian, mainstream. I just grabbed some of the ones that go into the most detail for you, and this is the example of Israeli agents with a history of dressing like Palestinians, so dressing up and posing as Palestinians. Now, what's crazy is we saw this 3 different times now after October 7th in prominent ways, where they dress up and they raid a hospital, for example, and shoot people in hospital beds. Like one of the most, textbook example of war crimes in multiple ways, but it was a hero act according to the, corporate media. Even though we're Hamas or not, they're in hospital beds. It's just, there are rules to war, regardless of how none of them follow, and they just do it publicly all the time. This is from the Jerusalem Fund. Israeli spies disguised as Arabs. It's a very prominent conversation. Here is Israeli soldiers dressed as Palestinian women to assassinate Gaza commander. That's post October 7th. Now, post that conversation, right? Just talking about the shooting of the embassy people at the Israeli embassy. Israel killed 9 Palestinian journalists just this past week. Over 100 kids as well. 14,000 about to starve to death. But those things don't matter. That's what the narrative is what they're instilling in people, that these things don't matter because they might be Hamas, right? So we'll ignore it entirely. That sure makes sense. Even though regardless of whether they're Hamas, they're still journalists, and the idea that they are Hamas is never proven. And on top of that Hamas is funded by Israel, which never gets talked about, but who cares about all of that? So before we finish with just the crimes of what Israel's been doing, let's talk about a few of the other points about Lebanon, Syria, Iran, how these all play into it. Now, Michael Tracy points this clip out from little Marco Rubio, where he says, not a spicy viral clip, but Rubio gave some highly clarifying remarks at his Senate hearing this week. He confirms not a single sanction against Russia has been lifted, and U.S. continues to arms flowing to Ukraine. So in other words, these Biden-Edmund policies continue unchanged. Shocking to those of us that were, this is exactly what anybody paying attention likely told you was nonpartisan and objective, because the agenda seemed clear, regardless of the partisan screaming or the partisan screamers. So the point is that they are still funding Ukraine and the war is still continuing. And same with Gaza, same with Israel, same with 1,000 of the things that were supposedly promises kept because somebody yelled the false narrative. For example, here's Alex Jones saying, major Ukraine war escalation, 50,000 Russian troops. Now, this is something continuing. We'll report on it likely tomorrow and the next day if we see this continue. The point is the war is still going on. So Russian troops are amassing near Ukraine's second largest city. At least till the reports are coming out. We'll see how this develops. My point, though, is that this is, only interestingly developing because of the conversation that they're supposed to be in some kind of a ceasefire conversation. The reality is that broke down a long time ago. They're still going on like we see with Gaza, but you understand, is anyone still pretending like Hamas and Israel are coming to some agreement, regardless of what the people scream out loud? That lost back when Blinken was saying the same thing over and over, and we kept finding out he was lying. My point is, but I thought you told us Trump ended the war over a month ago. Promises kept. That's the thing, guys. That wasn't like maybe. That was like, it's over. We did it. We told you. It's just like Netanyahu breaking with Trump. We told you. We predicted it. Maybe. But when it goes the other direction, we never stop and go, well, you said you knew for a fact, or your sources promised, or now you claimed, right? It's not just him. He's just a prominent example of people that are seemingly manipulating you every day. My opinion, anyway. Hopefully you can consider the reality of all this. Here, as the Censor News rightly points out, was the repeated claim of ending this on day one.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly.
You see my point? Like anybody else who's an adult in the room was going like, well, that's probably highly unlikely, but I hope so, right? It's a promise in politics. We all know that's what they do. And you can even argue he's being hyperbolic. That he just meant quickly, right? But see, when you said that then, you got called an anti-Trump hater because he'll do it. Watch, he could do anything. And then when it inevitably did not happen, they go, well, give him some time. I said, okay, that's what I said in the first place. But now here we are, and it's not going anywhere, and it just becomes, well, they didn't want to do, or it's because of that, whatever. My argument wasn't this is the narrative why. It was that I argue it was not going to happen. The rest of it's narrative, and it's because I don't think they actually want this to happen. I think that in the interest of Israel and the United States, that they want to accomplish something in this area. They don't want, unless Russia's involved, which is certainly worth considering in some larger play, that they want that area, Israel in particular. You can even argue going back to like the idea of like the original Zion from the perspective of Zionism. It's supposed to be Ukraine. There's something going on around all this. Even Ukraine, as you've seen before, wants to turn itself into a big Israel. Remember that? These things matter. Zelensky wants Ukraine to be a big Israel. Here's the roadmap. We saw it with Syria, where how suddenly they want to become like Israel. They want to work with Israel. It's very clear. There's more going on here.
I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order. And it will take me no longer than one day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along very well with them. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
He stressed it over and over and over.
How would you settle that war in one day?
And then you ask how, there's never anything of substance.
Because I'll meet with Putin, I'll meet with Zelensky. They both have weaknesses and they both have strengths. And within 24 hours, that war will be settled.
So I'm Trump and I can do it, is his argument. And, that's not an invalid. Sure, he does know probably their weaknesses. He probably does know some level of because I do give him credit when it comes to being able to maneuver when it comes to deals like this. That's the one thing, I shouldn't say that. And there's things that I'll give him credit for. But in that case, he's pretty cutthroat. Read his books, read what he's told you about himself, that he will do whatever it takes to get it done. And at some level, that's respected in business, but it also shows a level of dishonesty proudly in that conversation. And that's what, the point was, that's what he wanted you to think because that worked for his interest. Didn't happen. That's the point. And regardless of the narrative, it didn't because it was not likely going to happen. And I argue they didn't want that to happen. So all of that, is that because they're aligned with Biden's administration, or are they all the same, or it's because there's an agenda that your government is carrying out? That's what I think. Now, on to Syria. Rubio says Syria is maybe weeks away from a full-scale civil war of epic proportions. Oh, really? You mean the terrorist organizations that you let take over the area for Israel? Israel's literally occupying. It's their building locations, and you're worried about a civil war? So that means either Israel is doing that or is allowing it to happen, and nobody cares that they're just there building out. It's just so transparently dishonest that these people are either allowing Israel to do whatever it wants or it's covering for what it's doing. On top of that, hiding the fact that they literally allowed this group that they 30 seconds ago were telling you were terrorists to take this and now support them. And now we're worried about a civil war that they're creating because they're carrying out massive ethnic cleansing. It's just so transparent. And Daniel McAdams says dummies in the U.S. government should not have backed Al-Qaeda in Syria. It's really not rocket science. Assad kept the country together and he hated Al-Qaeda. Why overthrow him? And he's doing this the point is, he'll answer just like I will, I promise you. This is just frame this for people that are new to it. The reality is, guys, that they had an interest in this, or rather an interest in getting Assad out of the way, no matter what the cost. And now that all they're going to do is exploit the thing they caused. That is government 101.
Look at the history of the region. When Syria is unstable, the region becomes unstable.
Yep. So that means that they've kept it unstable for this long, which has allowed the region to be unstable. Now, whether you agree that's exactly how it equals, the point is, if you just take him at face value, he just literally told you that it's unstable because we've kept it unstable. But that's not what people will frame it as, because they want to pretend that they've not done that. Are we really going to pretend that multiple left-right administrations have maintained Syria as a failed state for a long time now? I shouldn't call it a failed state until at least now, but destabilized to the point where it's causing less and less. I mean, they are openly telling you what they are, if you're just smart enough to pay attention and not just blindly go along with whatever they say they are.
And this has certainly been true after the Arab Spring led to the Assad rebellion against Assad, and that really destabilized the entire region.
No, see, that was them doing it, which is again the case. You can easily prove this. Even the lies of them shooting their protesters has been broken down many times over, just like we saw in Venezuela, just like we saw them try to do in every other location we've talked about. They are the ones doing this. They create, or in Iran, or in Ukraine. It's insanely obvious how they manufacture, they kill their own people or somebody else, blame it on the other side, and roll this into what they want. Or you could take places like Haiti, right? Or the chaotic, or Libya, where they don't care. Why don't they care that there's not a controlling faction? Why don't they care there's not elections? Because they don't care. They only use the need for elections to rationalize what they need to do in a country to get what they want, which is pretty much never elections, unless it's a frame to get what they want in the position. They don't care about democracy or the outcome. They care about using that to achieve their ends.
And then it turned Syria, frankly, into a playground for jihadist groups, including ISIS and others, that used it to operate and to destabilize their partners.
Yeah, as in U.S. government Israeli apparatus. That is their proxy elements that they created. ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They're literally working with them right now. That is the group that's in charge. How can he sit there with a straight face and make that point? And my point as well is everyone's sitting up there well, I shouldn't say that. I have a very low opinion of most people in these congressional positions, but some of them absolutely know that Al-Qaeda is the one in control. And he just made the point that they're allowed to happen. Now they're working with them. This is what's so frustrating. It's like, I wonder if just literally everybody knows this. And it's all just about playing the partisan games. And we all act like like with COVID. 90% of us see it, but we don't allow it to be seen as that.
So you have this change in December. And my view, which I've discussed with many of you individually, is the bad news is that the transitional authority figures, they didn't pass their background check with the FBI. They've got a tough history and one that we understand.
Are you effing kidding me? You mean Giuliani? The guy that you literally had a bounty for on his head, but you weren't sure he wasn't going to be the guy you wanted? I mean, he's literally looking you in the face and saying, I think you're the dumbest person on the planet.
But on the flip side of it is, if we engage them, it may work out, it may not work out. If we did not engage them, it was guaranteed to not work out. In fact, it is our assessment that, frankly, the transitional authority, given the challenges they're facing, are maybe weeks, not many months, away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions, basically.
Which suits their interest in every possible way for the next decade to come.
The country splitting up. The good news is...
You mean the balkanization of Syria, which is exactly what they wanted from day one. Going back to Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski and the balkanization of the Middle East. They've been screaming about this, in particular in Syria, for a long time. They're going to carve it out for, well, assuming Israel lets anybody else have any of it. Greater Israel, it's a huge part of it. The Kurdistan, that's part of it. They've been talking about this forever, but now we're going to act like it's some kind of a organic reaction. They just really bank on you being the dumbest person in the room. And I don't believe that most of us are like that. I think they just hope that the partisan liars will carry this forward.
That there is a Syrian national identity. It is one of the places in the Middle East where Alawis and Druze and Christians and Sunni and Shia have lived along, and Kurds have lived.
Yeah, under Assad. I mean, it's so insane that that's exactly what we were saying this entire time, and they were trying to tell you that he's a jihadist maniac. And you could prove that at the third largest Christian population in all of the Middle East before they started doing what they were doing. It just makes me angry that people like this who know they're lying will play the savior. That's my point as always. That's the worst of the worst. A murderer is bad, but one that pretends to be helping people is the worst person in the room. These people are villains.
Alongside each other underneath the banner of Assyrian identity until it was broken by a butcher, Assad, who pitted them against each other.
God.
So they face a number of challenges.
And don't forget, he's now national security advisor as well as the secretary of state. I mean, this guy has now two major positions, and he's using that to manipulate. Also, let's not forget that it's transparent what's going on, as you can look it up for yourself. And this was December 10th, 2024. As Israel further occupies Syria, Western-backed ISIS patch-wearing terrorists begin executions. So as he references ISIS, at the moment this started, you had them acting with ISIS patches out for Israel. You also have examples all over the place of people wearing literal ISIS patches while working for the U.S.-controlled Ukraine Azov movement. It's all right on the surface, guys. Now, in Libya, you might have missed, this is just one point, but it's everywhere, every day. Ask Craig Murray, he'll tell you. Israel just bombed an entire residential area in Lebanon. Did you even hear about that? It was on the 22nd. Violated Security Council Resolution SCR 1701 ceasefire agreement, which they never cared about, and international law with absolutely no consequences. Another crime, and the ICC remains silent. Probably because they just got attacked in the sense of him getting his bank account shut down, email shut down. So that means that other people in there are going to be much less likely to want to go after it, which is what it seems like is happening. Slowly drifting into the background as they literally bomb entire civilian areas inside of Lebanon. Or, as Greg Stoker points out, we already saw this, I think, a very deliberate leak, which I already referenced earlier in the past show. As he says, CNN, a go-to mechanism for controlled intelligence leaks, is citing U.S. intelligence officials, this was on the 20th, that Israel is preparing a possible strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. We've heard this circulating around, right? We've heard this being discussed, being floated by all the partisans out there as, one way or another. Certainly possible. I mean, look, the idea that Israel would attack Iran is not something you should ignore. But that they want you to know about this is quite obvious, in my opinion. And to pretend that the U.S. in any way, Trump, Vance, or any of them are resistant at all is embarrassing. They were the ones that came out hot right when they got in the position talking about Iran. He said, you better stop Iran or we're going to do, what did he say? His usual typical bombastic thing, something you've never seen before or actions never before seen, which, I guess only means biological, but they mean attack you is the point. So if we're not pretending like somehow the U.S. is the one trying to stave off the attack on Iran, it's just embarrassing that we keep getting these arguments from the people that have an interest in making it seem like his administration is not what it obviously is. This is potentially an intentional leak, Greg Stoker points out, meant to stave off a move that could compromise the stalling Iran deal. The stability of the region and whatever burgeoning business deals were floated during Trump's visit to Riyadh. So a leak meant to stave off, to stop what could compromise. Basically, I get the sense that the argument is that this is, from Israel's side of it, the leaked intentional aspect to float the idea that we will attack if you don't do what we want, which in most ways will probably drive Iran to not do that they pretend like to reach a deal. And I think that's what Israel wants. I don't think Israel wants Iran to make another deal. Israel's the reason they broke the last one. But it says Israel doesn't have the capacity to dismantle Iran's nuclear program without U.S. support and direct intervention. So this could and should be viewed as another attempt to draw the U.S. into another war, which is what I think as well. So here's Clint. He says, if Israel decides to bomb Iran, I just want it known in advance that they are on their own in that fight. Who does he think who are you speaking for? All Republicans? That seems like a strange thing to say, but the U.S. is done with the Middle East. No money, no munitions, no troops, nothing. Any GOP member that disagrees should be prepared to be primaried. So that's my point. It's like, what party are you looking at? Like, it's so obvious the Trump administration has been openly threatening Iran this whole time. So if they go after and attack Iran, I guarantee you that the U.S. government, the current administration, will blindly back them. So I just find it interesting, this kind of projected the desired reality of what this side is doing is just frustrating because it's not what they're actually doing. But it may make you feel better when you think that's what you hope they're doing. But hope is not what should be driving our discussions. But as Anti-War points out, Iran says it will hold U.S. accountable for any Israeli attack, which is obvious because they're involved. And that's my point, is even right now you can see that they're going to, if they're going to, from their perspective, recognize that the U.S. is involved either way, then you already know what's going to happen. The U.S. government is not going to back down. That's pretty obvious, regardless of the detriment, regardless of the fallout to you. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, because ultimately, I think there's a lot of different parts that could stop this, slow this down. But what I'm most concerned about is as this gets more and more desperate for Israel, that this will be the driving factor. So to end with some Israel overlap in what they're doing, I'll play a clip from Jeffrey Sachs on this weird Piers Morgan evolution. Is just kind of hilarious and terrifying. Like this, he's such a fair weather journalist. It's sad. So the point is, all of a sudden, clearly, a lot of them have been given the rein, they've given the leash to start calling out Israel. After a year plus of genocide, very brave of you. But what's interesting is now they're getting attacked from Israel. So you get in the Israel propagandists online going, you shouldn't, going after Piers and him talking back to him. But if you watch the show, he's still pulling punches where it matters. But nonetheless, he'll have people like this on. But I think this is, here's my point, the broader point of this. It's opportunism, which should never allow you to think that Piers is an honest person or that he believes what he's saying. But I'll take this every day of the week. That's what I keep saying. Not that we ever trust him, believe in him, support him, but we'll point to it. Then you get other opportunists that will go, okay, there's a benefit for me to call out Israel on top of the possible detriment. They will dare come after me and call me a racist or get my show taken down. If you give enough opportunity, if you show them enough benefit, whether politician or anything else, some of the ones that may not have as much reach may decide to take that chance. And again, that doesn't mean they're honest or they should ever trust them, but you can still go, that's correct. And maybe they gain from it. And good, gain from the truth, even if you're using it, is something in the moment I'm okay with. Because right now, I don't see many options. I think right now what's important is to highlight that this is the truth. And I'll always call out Piers because I think he's a clown. But his bringing this up to being stated, I think is important because it does get reach and it is opening minds. But just make sure you hear the first part on that, because I think it's the most important part in all of this is that we lean into the truth wherever it is, but we're very clear that we're even if it's somebody you do think you can trust, you still shouldn't. That's always the overarching point here. Question everything all the time while considering all possibilities. Here's what Jeffrey had to say.
Israel, what this Israeli government is doing is catastrophic. It is a genocide. It's extraordinarily cruel. It's extraordinarily vulgar, vicious, ugly. It's disgusting beyond imagining. And the problem is a very basic one, Piers, which is that there are two peoples living in what used to be mandatory Palestine when Britain controlled Palestine after World War I. There are the Arab Muslims and there are the Jews. And there need to be two states, one that is for the Jews and one that is for the Muslim Arabs. The problem is that Netanyahu and his ilk and a lot of the political elite class for decades has...
And that's Trump, that's Biden, with all of it, guys. That is the elitist background. That's Palantir. That's the point to think about, is this guy's an absolute monster that's recognized by monsters. And he is supported by damn near every major, and that could be blackmail, that could be influence, that could be because they're Zionists. It matters, but to understand that it's the reality, it's irrelevant. It's just the fact that we see the largest power structures in the world are either blindly adherent, bought off, influenced, blackmailed, or a part of this problem. We need to come to terms with that.
Said, we will rule over everybody. There will never be a Palestinian state. There are many motivations for that view.
On top of the fact that they've been arming and funding Hamas in order to keep them divided, which even Haaretz reported right after October 7th. You have different members of their government, current and past, who have told you that. Now it's nuanced. It's not that they just, it's there, but Robert and I have talked about this, and he gives you a very nuanced perspective, but ultimately we come to the same point that yes, they were publicly doing this or rather now public in order to keep them divided. So you can't ignore that. This game of playing, if you're going to call out Hamas, you have to highlight that they were giving money into the hands of the people they claim they're fighting in order to keep them divided in the West Bank and Gaza. So there's obviously relevance to that on who is responsible, at least to some degree. But we can't have a day one honest conversation about this. Only now are we beginning to see the lies fall away.
One is perhaps Netanyahu's view, this is the only way we can be secure. The other, which is also very popular among parts of the Israeli government, is that God promised us everything. These other people are on our land. Now, whatever you say about it, there is no endgame of peace on the Netanyahu plan, because the Netanyahu plan, and this has been for decades, is to rule over the entire land. And that means ruling over the Palestinians either in an apartheid state, in other words, oppressing the Palestinian people, or killing them, or expelling them in ethnic cleansing. It's clear that all of those methods are deliberately being used now. This constant shouting, Hamas, 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 is not the point at all. The point is that the political endgame for Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, the leaders of this government, is to rule over the entire territory of what was mandatory Palestine. In other words, for Israel to control everything. In fact, Netanyahu makes no bones about it. He doesn't hide anything. He says, we will control Gaza. Well, what does that mean? It either means extraordinary oppression, or it means ethnic cleansing, or it means mass murder. Now, Israel's committing mass murder right now. It is as simple as that. And Israel says, well, it's about Hamas, but what is their end game that they offer? They don't offer an end game. They are very clear on the inside. I know what the end game is, because if you follow the Israeli politics, the end game is we control everything. In fact, some of this extremist coalition is so vulgarly, rabidly, violently extreme that their interpretation of, quote, God's promise to the Jewish people is parts of Egypt, parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon. They have a very expansive view. And indeed, Israel is in Syria now. It is in Lebanon now. And there are parts of this coalition that say, we're going to stay there. So the problem, Piers, is a political problem. You're completely right. It cannot be solved by war or defeating Hamas. That's not even their purpose.
Yeah, you got to love how, you're right, after you've been screaming the opposite for a year. You're right. Just like, I shouldn't say that bland. There's more nuance to some degree, but really, do you condemn Hamas? That kind of ridiculous thing for the longest time. But that's how this works, right? These are the very people, just like after Iraq, all the screaming idiots out there that were wrong the entire time were the ones that got raised up, and those that dared to call out the truth were the ones that got punished for it. That's the way. And whether it's subconscious or right on the surface, people that fall in this bit, in the different levels of this business, end up recognizing that. So they pull their punches. They lean into the two-party illusion, how it works, which is why, for whatever reason, we've been able to grudgingly build this over a decade plus, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because you believe in us. But it has been grueling. And it's still to this very moment, we're being pushed back every way they can. Obvious reasons why. Thank you for your support.
Purpose is to control all the land. What they call Greater Israel, or Yisrael Hashlemah, mean the big expanse of Israel. It's a madness. It's a zealotry. It's a cruelty. It's nothing less than that. And there is no peace possible until there is a state of Palestine living in peace on the internationally recognized borders, which are the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, alongside Israel. What Netanyahu would never tell you, what this Doron Spielman, who was shouting just a moment ago, would never tell you, is that all of the Arab states have said, we will have peace when there is a state of Palestine. What they won't tell you is that the entire 57-member Organization of Islamic Cooperation has said, we will have peace with Israel when there is a state of Palestine as a UN member state, properly constituted.
And so they've actively gone out of their way to stop the one thing that would cause it. You could claim they're lying, but the point is, realistically, you can in a lot of ways see that it's very unlikely, especially that it's in their interest. But the point is, it's never even been given a chance. And on top of that, what do we say about the nuclear dynamic? Every time, or whether it's Iran that puts it forward or anybody else, this happens almost every year, as far as I can remember, where they come out and they say, look, we call for a non-nuclear Middle East. That every country, including Israel, has to disarm their nuclear arsenal. And then we'll do it. We'll do the same thing. Iran will even get rid of its civilian program. And everyone agrees, every country except Israel. So the U.S. says no. And it's transparent. Of course, the argument is they don't really mean it, but that's possible. But the idea that you aren't even willing to consider that possibility, why? Because they're going to destroy us if we get rid of the thing that you claim you don't have. It's just such a mire. This whole conversation is crazy.
And in fact, and you know I hang out at the United Nations, more than 180 countries of the world say this, with a population of more than 95% of the world population. There is a madness, a sickness of the Israeli government, this extremist, cruel and zealot government. But the tragic part is the United States and parts of Europe have backed up this vile behavior.
It's coming out every which way. So here's Benjamin Netanyahu saying, last night, Washington, something terrific or horrific happened, talking about the shooting. But he goes on to say, so here are the facts. So first, I'll read you what Torah Jews points out as he lists off a bunch of things that you could prove are false. Netanyahu, you are no Jewish leader. This is a different Orthodox Jewish organization. This one has 56,000 followers. You are no Jewish leader. You exploit, distort, and endanger all Jews to substantiate your hideous actions. The only thing you care about is land, no matter how much pain and lives are lost in the way. May God protect us from evil, the evils of Zionism. I just, every day I point the obvious out. That even if you think it's only a small percentage, there is a portion of Orthodox Jews that very much see Zionism as not. Then knowing that's the case, you just can't keep pretending that it is only people that hate Jews. It's just not the reality. Zionism is a political organization that's taken advantage of the Jewish religion. But here is what he says. I'm only going to focus on one important part of this, but read the whole thing. It's amazing what he thinks he can get away with. He says, here are the facts. And remember, this is on May 22nd, 2025. Since October 7th, he says, Israel sent 92,000 aid trucks. Now, here's what's crazy about this. That's false. But what's wild, and I've done this every time they've ever given you a fake number. If you break that down, it comes out to, I knew I was going to, did I forget it? Hold on. Let me just do it on my calculator again really quickly. I can do it on the computer. The point is right here, you can say, okay, how many days has it been? 593 days since October 7th. Okay. So if you do the math, I'll just do it again real quick since I deleted the number. I want to give you the exact number. 593 divided by 92,000. And that comes out to 155. Okay. So that may sound like a lot, except when you understand that when this is an old one going back to 2024, the point is simply that they have it listed, as you know, if you followed the show, that before October 7th, there were 500 trucks, including fuel, that came through every day. And that was maintaining a level of food insecurity. 2.2+ million people. So the reality is, and the only reason they need that is because Israel's never afforded them the right of return, which is their right. So they've maintained refugee status because they have the keys to a house they'll never get to go back to. And so Israel's maintained that. And now coming to the state, pretended like they're mooching off the system, even though they're the ones that have made sure it didn't happen. And remember, as they get people removed or pushed out of certain areas, they're forcing them to sign documents that say they give up their right of return, despite telling the world that doesn't exist. It's just, there's nothing but dishonesty coming from these monsters, Zionists. The point is that over 500 trucks, or rather just 500 a day, and they were maintaining food insecurity. They were struggling. So the point is, beyond that, if it's less than 500, then it's not even remotely meeting what was barely maintaining what was already happened, and they were already struggling. So if you look and they're telling you that, and you can understand that means 100 plus, that they're already admitting to you that we weren't even maintaining half of what was necessary to keep them fed and not die. And so on top of that, we can prove that the number right there is also false. And on top of that, the claim that they say Hamas stole it all has been disproven by everybody, including even parts of their government. But let me show you this. Drop site news. Not at all. World Food Program Director rejects the claim that Hamas is stealing aid.
Man-made catastrophe with Israeli authorities blocking the entry of all aid from March until about May 18th. The Trump administration said Israel needs to let in food. So are your deliveries consistently now getting through?
Well, let's start with the fact that this is a catastrophe, and you're absolutely correct. And I'm very grateful that you're covering this issue. They have let a few trucks in. This is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed. Right now, we have 500,000 people inside of Gaza that are extremely food insecure and could be on the verge of famine. If we don't help bring them back from that, we need to get in, and we need to get in at scale, not just a few dribble of the trucks. Right now, as I said, it's a drop in the bucket.
So how many trucks need to be getting in daily to address the scale of the need you see, and can they get into northern Gaza?
Well, prior to during the ceasefire, I should say, we were getting in 600 trucks a day. Right now, we're getting in maybe 100, something like that. So
now realize that well before this, that's the general reality. In the argument of ever reaching that, I don't think right now what you could prove is that even when these came in, as people from the World Food Program, people from Doctors Without Borders, people on the ground, journalists, made it clear that they were not letting this reach the people that needed it. Not Hamas, as they're going to make clear here in every other possible way, or the flower massacre, where they tried desperately to blame it on Hamas, but you could prove it with their own videos. They got caught lying about what happened. They simply put the truck out and then shot everybody. I mean, it's just transparent. So realizing that even that, the numbers that they claim, even the trucks that are going in, are largely not going to people who need it. And they claim that there are people that are weaponizing it and selling it for high prices. I think it was Dan Cohen and others and I think it was Drop Site, did a great work showing you that they were the very ones that were weaponizing these gangs that were then doing that at the behest of the Israeli government. And if you think that doesn't make sense, look in the history. Look back as far as you want. They've been doing this for the longest time. Weaponizing everything against them to torture these people.
It's not nearly enough, and it needs to be going to the correct places. So the various gates, it's inconsistent as to how the gates are open. It's inconsistent as to the roads we can use. The roads that are the better roads, the ones that can get us further along, aren't open at all. It's complicated right now. And again, I will tell anybody who will listen, we need to get in and get in at scale and be allowed to feed these people before a further catastrophe occurs.
And of course, the point is, even if they had actually gotten 600 for a period of time, remember, 500 a day before this was maintaining food insecurity. So even then, the point was you could look back. The UN was calling for more to go in, and Israel was maintaining a low caloric intake. They were doing that on purpose. They made that public. So the point is that even if they got the 600, as they're in the middle of a famine, which we'll show you again, there is a whole portion that are famine level, according to the only one of the main groups that identify these things, the IPC. Which is that they would need way more than that to be able to basically pull them out of that position. So it's just in every possible metric, they're lying. And not only that, see, half the time people like Elon Levy come out and say that there's not only are they not starving, but they've got more food than ever. Just despicable.
Your organization announced at least 15 of your trucks were looted when they entered southern Gaza en route to bakeries. Israel has consistently said that the looting is being carried out by Hamas.
Listen up.
Have you seen evidence that it is Hamas stealing the food?
Look at that, shaking her head.
No, not at all. Not in this round. Listen, these people are desperate, and they see a World Food Program truck coming in, and they run for it.
Now that's part of it, right? Because they're literally starving to death. So yeah, they're desperate, guys, and then you can't blame them for being desperate when they're starving. But on top of that, right? There's been many reports from these gangs that are in fact taking advantage. And you can clearly prove, as I just told you, there's a lot of investigative or independent journalists that have been breaking this down long before October 7th forward, where these people are working with the Israeli government. I even covered a report a while back from Time Magazine talking about the tunnels that brought things in from other parts of the world, and that Israel was aware of those tunnels in plain view and allowed it to happen because they used it as a justification to shut things down when they wanted to, or use those tunnels to bring in for operations or any number of things. It goes back so long, and it's just people are only just becoming aware of these things because of October 7th forward. So it's easy to play on things like that.
This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or any kind of organized crime or anything. It has simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death. And so we will continue to go in. We will continue to go in with food and the kinds of supplies that we need to help the bakeries operate and make sure that we can continue to do that and hopefully be able to do more of it. But again, we can't do this unless the world community puts pressure on this. We can't be allowed to sit back and watch these people starve to death with no outside diplomatic influence to help us. These poor souls are really, really, really desperate. And, having been in a food riot myself some years ago, I understand the desperation very well.
Well, 5 days ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to take control of all of Gaza, which seems to be a shift from going in, carrying out raids, and then withdrawing. We've seen the Pope speak out. We've seen the leaders of France, of Canada, of the UK calling the cutting of aid egregious. Netanyahu said criticism like that is feeding Hamas and really feeding anti-Semitism. What do you make of that push?
Gee, who could have seen that excuse coming? It's anti-Semitic. You're a racist for calling out the fact that we're starving children. Of course. Makes sense.
Back from him that criticisms of the state are feeding hate.
What I do know is they're not feeding people. And the most important part of this is that's what we're supposed to be doing. I'm very grateful for anyone, the Pope, any of the folks that did shout out.
I'm going to cut it short there. You can watch the rest in a couple more minutes, but that's the point. Hamas not doing it. They're calling it racist for pointing out what we can all prove they're not doing. It just never stops. And here's the IPC, right? This is one of the groups that is their job is to verify these things. And it's the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. And as it says, and this was from, I think, a few months ago, famine is imminent for 1.1 million people. Catastrophic food insecurity. The report's in there. You can read it for yourself. Here's the flour massacre. The flour massacre setup, false flag attempt exposed. Actually, I think this was part 2. I think we covered one before that as well. It's very clear. This is what they're doing. Everyone can see it. It's about people that have an interest in keeping narratives going, in my opinion. Here's the UN, the OCHA, United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. We've shown you this was the one from before, and it just shows you that you could see right here that they were, in the beginning, they literally brought it down to 0 for almost a month when they were already food insecure, which set them off, guaranteeing that they were never really going to recover until they got a dramatic amount, like a lot more than they needed. And they never once went over even 200. Never even got to half what they were doing before. And then always pretended like they were doing everything they were supposed to. They were lying. Now, this one is from, I believe, the 21st of this month. Read through this. I mean, look at the map, by the way. Take a look at the Gaza map. So for those on the podcast, what's that? Like 80% of the entire area? And here's what these the colors mean. Purple is Israel, a militarized zone that Israel controls. The maroon, or rather the red, areas under displacement orders, meaning they're being forced out of the area, right? That's most everywhere. And then you got the white, which is permanently closed crossings. And then or rather the gray. The white is, I guess, what's open. I mean, look at that. They're pretending like somehow this is not them. There are people, 2 million people, rather the million that probably still survived, if not less, that are jammed into a fraction of the entire place, which was already one of the most densely populated places on the planet. And then they've got no water, no food. They have tents they're living in. They have no medical care. It's dusty and dangerous, and they're sick. I mean, these people are being slowly murdered. Everyone can see it. Food insecurity, 100%. 100% of the population is facing high levels of food insecurity, classified as phase 3 or above. Over 1 million of them, emergency levels, phase 4. 470,000 are phase 5, famine level. Not hard to see. You can read through all this. I mean, the numbers are mind-blowing. 82% of croplands have been destroyed. 65% of their water facilities, 90% of the households, they don't have any water. But then remember, well before this, it was something like 3% of the water was drinkable. It's just disgusting where they were before, let alone now while they're being genocided in front of our eyes. But you can look at the transition here. What they're trying to show you is, look, the red number here is humanitarian organizations that canceled their request because of Israel not letting them through. The dark, or that's the top. That's the light red. The dark red is just flatly denied, which Israel doesn't let through. So just look right here. From May 1st to the 20th, 105 of what they're claiming are being sent in were denied by Israel. And they claim those. 15 of them were impeded. 39 of them were accepted. 39 out of 167, which was the total for all of May 1st to 20th. And yet here he stands telling that they're feeding everybody. Here's Glenn Greenwald, same point, saying yesterday, three countries long steadfastly supporting Israel, blindly, in fact, UK, France, and Canada, then randomly issued a joint statement that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has now suddenly become unconscionable, even though it was day one, well before October 7th, unacceptable, they said. He goes, you'll never guess which accusation Israel's finance minister made against them. Can you possibly guess that these three countries that were blindly supporting all, and still to this day, for the most part, blindly support what they're doing, he called them anti-Semitic. So if UK, France, and Canada, who currently still support them financially and support their genocide, are anti-Semitic for briefly saying maybe this is going too far, can you imagine? Think about what that means for the word anti-Semitic. Think about what that means for anybody else being called anti-Semitic. It is meaningless, which in fact then makes the actual anti-Semitism completely okay, according to the people fighting it. Just never stops. Here is, this is, what's her name? Phyllis Bennis. We've talked about her before. Fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies and advisor to Jewish Voices for Peace. You know, the group they scream are all racist anti-Semitics except are Jewish. They're just simply not okay with Zionism. And that shows you what the real point is. Now, she is calling out what we're talking about, anti-Semitism and how it's used. This is important.
Clear that the weaponization of false charges of anti-Semitism did not start with these two terrible murders last night. This has been going on for a long time. In the Project Esther report that I referred to earlier, as the New York Times described it, it's designed to undermine the Palestinian rights movement as a way of achieving these broader goals. And in that report, they discuss a new definition of anti-Semitism that says that we, among other things, it says we recognize any attempt to delegitimize, boycott, divest, or sanction the modern state of Israel, et cetera, et cetera. We recognize that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are the different manifestations of the same hatred against the Jewish people.
Now, that is exactly what the current Trump administration is forcing through. Same with Biden before it, and Trump that put it out in the first place. And long before that, we've been seeing the same things floated up. Like, just to understand, the U.S. government, both sides of it, are absolutely right now fighting to suppress American speech for Israel in the exact same way. Now, just because, you know, the woke element of hate speech and all, it's if you can call that out and you're not calling out suppression under the guise of anti-Semitism, which, by the way, is also included in the hate speech category, then you're blindly ignoring the reality. for partisan sides, team sport politics.
And it makes these incredible allegations, which are simply not true. If we look at basic definitions, anti-Semitism means the hatred of Jews as Jews for what they believe.
The current interpretation, by the way, let's not forget that most people in Israel, or rather a lot of Israelis are not Semites. Palestinians are Semites. So work that out for yourself to understand. The point is, regardless of the meaning of words, seeing as how today that doesn't matter, the way it's used is what she described. And then what she's pointing out is that Zionism is not the same thing.
Definitions, anti-Semitism means the hatred of Jews as Jews for what they believe. Judaism is a religion. Zionism is a political movement that is now the dominant political movement of the state of Israel, exactly, with its military, with its nuclear arsenal, and with its continuing genocide in Gaza. So in that context, saying that being opposed to one is the same as being opposed to the other, it's simply not true, but it has a very clear political motive. And unfortunately, we're seeing that it's working to some degree. The way the press is covering it now as something that is, quote, clearly anti-Semitic, when it is clearly not. These people were not, there's absolutely no evidence, certainly yet, that they were targeted because they were Jews. If they were targeted for what the reports are saying the gunman said, they were targeted for their connection to something Israel is doing. It's the actions of a state. One of them is not Jewish at all. They were not targeted for being Jewish. They were targeted illegally, immorally, terribly, for a perceived sense of their involvement in the actions of a nation state. This is a political understanding. This is not a religious bias here that we're looking at.
Sabanur, Phyllis touched on it.
They will always use in the most cynical way any incident for their own agenda.
This is for the podcast. This is Gideon Levy, a columnist for the Haaretz Israeli newspaper, and a Jewish person himself, Israeli, an outspoken critic of a lot of this stuff, of Zionism, of the manipulation of it and using Judaism. He talks about a lot of this stuff.
Namely, labeling any criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism is Israel's strategy for years now. And it is one of the biggest success stories of Israel, because Israel succeeded to paralyze so many critics all over Europe and in the United States by labeling them as anti-Semites. So everything is anti-Semitic. Any voice of conscience, any voice of justice is immediately labeled as anti-Semitism. And obviously, so.
And realize that even if you're doing it in a very, very clear way, just going like, I oppose the murder, children are starving, all they do is pretend that you're lying about that because you secretly hate Jews. No, regardless of whether it's the truth or whether there's any indication that's ever possible, it's a way to cover up those things. Now, is it possible that somebody has? Sure, of course it's possible. But does that then make what they said false? Usually not. My point is, either way, they will hide behind that allegation. And you'll find Jewish people around the world who are calling it out today. It's falling apart.
So is also this terrible murder in Washington framed as anti-Semitism. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. As criminal, as unjustified it is, it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This was a very bad way to express protest against the mass killing, the bloodbath in Gaza. You might agree or not agree to my description, but nobody can justify a murder as a way of protest. But in the same time, nobody can ignore the fact that a terrible bloodbath is taking place in Gaza, and people are very, very furious, and most of them have nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
Phyllis, if I can go back to you.
The killings were a terrible thing that should be condemned. I condemn them. This does nothing to end the genocide in Gaza. It does
most the gist of it for the most part. I mean, the point is the same. I'm with all of them, including James Lee. Like, regardless of the logic, you know what I mean? Like the idea that let's just say both those Israelis whether Christian, Zionist, or Jewish. Let's just say they were avidly involved. They're out there shooting people every day. I still would not agree that it was this is the same thing we say in a broader sense, guys. If you believe in what we're trying to do, like doing things, the Constitution, for example, or the law, or what's moral and what your principles and your integrity, then to argue that it's justified, do it, it's the same thing. You should argue they should be put on trial. You should bring it out, expose it, put them in prison, because that's what our principles are, right? And so it's the same idea. There's a dangerous line where people are acting like you should, praise what happened, and that's just not, I disagree with that flatly. That's not who we are, and there are people out there that want that to become more the blur or those moral lines, because that still benefits them in the long run. It's important to think about. Who do you want to be? Now, more things I think important to highlight. He says this is shocking footage showing a displaced civilian carrying his belongings. You see these every day, it seems. Just barely get any more attention anymore. While moving through the Al-Shujaia neighborhood in Gaza when Israel targeted him. Weakened by hunger and exhaustion, he was clearly unarmed. And this is just being praised. People are sharing this stuff, laughing about it. You watch for yourself, the guy just walking along. They target him. You can clear, they're sizing him up and then just bomb him. It's just gross. They laugh about it. They cheer it on. They post these videos of their own. And they're literally laughing about how we got this Palestinian. It disgusts me that anybody is pretending these people are not exactly what they look like. I don't care whether they're Jewish or Muslim or Christian or atheist. Anyone that is doing this, praising it, laughing about it, deserves to be held accountable. Iyab Hassan points out today Israeli authorities demolished a park in the Christian city of Bet Shahur, Bethlehem. Palestinians, Muslims, and Christians alike suffer under the occupation, facing the same policies and destruction and dispossession. May 20th. Right? Because it makes sense, right? Is that necessary if you're trying to get rid of the bad guys and take over for your bet? Why would you do all that? I mean, look, guys, it's just absolutely demolished. They have cranes in there tearing up all the concrete. Why? That's a crime, no matter how you spin it. There's no Hamas tunnels under there, if ever. Now here, Dropsite News also covering this absolute monster speaking with BBC. And again, you'll find it interesting, the shift in tone. I mean, you have to ask what shifted and why. I'm expecting there to be some kind of a shift personally, that there's going to be an argument that maybe, one part of the Israeli government is the one, they're the bad ones, Netanyahu goes to jail. I don't know. I do not believe for a second that they're actually going to turn on this agenda they've been invested in for a century. But we can note the difference. They've clearly recognized that, like I've been telling you, that the whole damn world sees this, and it only hurts them to keep pretending like we don't. So here's how this starts. And look, these people are flailing because they are caught, and we do see them.
You've killed tens of thousands of civilians.
That's, whether or not they get ever actually held accountable, that's something else.
You've killed paramedics. You've killed journalists. You've even killed your own hostages. But
we don't all know. Just because you have a nuanced about why that's, they made us do it, doesn't mean you didn't kill them. It's just no. Now they're just denying the obvious reality at this point.
Not apparently all the Hamas fighters. Perhaps that's why the British Foreign Secretary said today your government is, quote, damaging the image of the state of Israel in the eyes of the world.
So I would remind those dignitaries to look at the effort of the UK when you fought Nazi Germany.
Oh, you did it first. I mean, these people are juvenile. So your argument is that so first of all, that's not true, but you did it first. So if we did it, it would be okay. That's not even taking a breath. That's his argument. How embarrassing.
You can speak about civilian casualties, and you can speak about tens of thousands of people who died in your efforts to fight evil. Today we are fighting the same evil force. It's not easy. It's hard. We are in pain, but we are determined to...
Oh, they're in pain. Right? It's been a year-long suffering of killing children to death. God, it must be tough.
Finish the job. We will not idly buy for the next attack against Israel, because we know nobody will be there to protect us. Today we have a...
Oh, nobody, right? You mean despite literally every major government in the world standing up and giving you everything you need and blindly supporting you, but nobody's got our back. They always have this argument somehow that no one supports them, despite all of these major governments always supporting them. This is my point. There's everyone with a brain cell can see how incongruent this all is.
Country, the days when Jews were massacred and there was no response in pain, but we are determined to finish the job. We will not idly buy for the next attack against Israel because we know nobody will be there to protect us.
No.
Today we have a country. The days when Jews were massacred and there was no response are over. The days that we asked for support from other countries are over. Today we have the...
And so this is the new narrative, right? Or somehow we don't need your support, except you quite literally do. And we know that, they know that. All the government supporting them know that. If U.S. stopped supporting them right now, the whole thing would collapse right now. They don't know that. So until that actually happens, you can prove to yourself that they're not stopping their support. The reality is he wants that to be the statement. We're no longer needing you. I think this is maybe a desperate effort to try to frame it as something changing. I mean, why not try? They're desperate.
Capability to defend ourselves, and that's exactly what we are doing. We didn't start this war, but we intend to finish it without Hamas.
God, it's just embarrassing. Like, I mean, do I even need to say anything? Like, it's just insane that he just, man, I can't believe that still to this very day, that is the kind of response you get. Here, as we said in the beginning, Patrick Henningsen reports today, Israel. So here he is telling you that we're defending ourselves for a year, despite so October 7th, all the lies we know, Hannibal Directive, the lie about the numbers, who they killed. And due to this day, it's still a year of defending yourself. What did I say in the first couple of months? I said, what if this goes on for a year? Are you still going to be defending yourself for a year? Apparently so. It's just crazy. I mean, what else? If they don't know where else to go. I mean, they dug in. Here they are. I mean, why? You can't go, okay, fine, you got us. We're genociders. They're not going to do that. So Israel has assassinated Red Cross workers in their homes. A new level of war crimes that have never before seen. He said, this is French press agency, Red Cross workers killed in their homes. So as they're telling you, we don't do that. We don't kill these people. Well, here, first of all, is a random clip of this is a student basically just saying what she's been taught. Not a unique statement.
There's a war. It doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring. Right.
Because isn't that what everybody thinks, right? You murder the children because they're going to have more children. I mean, it's just so blithe, right? Just so, it's what you do, right? That's what you do. No, that's what Zionists think. That's the kind of broken, that's why this cult level infiltration kind of dynamic is a problem. Whether it's Christian or Muslim or atheist or whatever else, that's the point. It's very clear what this all connects back to. She just says, quite normal. It's insane. Now, Adam points this out on the 22nd. This guy is very adamant. Now, here's what's even crazier about this. This is not even remotely unique. I should have actually done it. I could pull up like 18 different videos of people in the Knesset. That woman that we always point out, even Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir, saying point blank that the children are our enemies. The children, nobody innocent in Gaza. The president of Israel said that right in the beginning. There is nobody innocent in Gaza. Like, they just can't hide this stuff, and yet you get people like Trump and Vance and Blinken and Biden who just lie to you about it. So here he says the children are our enemies. Really adamant about this. And take a look at this guy's eyes. This is what a fanatic looks like. So the point first is that children are our enemies. Now, he slips up in here, by the way. More than that, if you think that's not a slip for him. He owns that. He's a murderer. But there's a slip in here, too. Let me know if you catch it. We'll talk about it afterward.
Enemies, because they are
the children are your enemies?
They are our enemies. Israel, until now, has more protection of human life and children in Gaza than ever.
Come on, these children are dying of hunger because you have not been allowing aid in. This is extreme.
They are not dying of hunger. And in any conflict that England was involved in the past, in this kind of environment, there were more innocent civilians killed and suffering hunger and everything else.
All right, so you did it first, right? So if we do it, it's not bad, but we're not doing it, though. Every time.
Mr. Smotrich, your leader, has said that the people of Gaza should leave, that the aim is to get them to leave.
It's a combat zone. When there is a combat zone.
All right, so they turn your home into a combat zone and then criticize you for not leaving because it's a combat zone. Lunatics.
When there is a terrorist organization who is
that you funded
hiding behind civilians
that nobody can prove because they haven't done it, and nobody can, and even the evidence has shown you that Hamas is actually protecting them, which we'll show you again in a second.
You should let them run away.
and they don't want to run away. So this is the argument that somehow Hamas is forcing them all to stay. 1 million people, even though none of them want to go because it's their land and they refuse to leave because they've been murdered and kicked around their entire lives and they're done running. They are resilient more than anything I've ever seen. But this lunatic probably believes it. I don't know. Wants you to believe that it's because Hamas is holding them all, tied everyone to their legs, apparently.
And if you are blocking them, you're
See?
aiding and abetting a terrorist organization, using them as human shields.
Did you catch that? You see, this is what's so insane. I can't look. I'm not trying to posit. This guy's face. He's a lunatic. There was a slip right there. And it's so easy to point out that these people, they have they ramble off the same nonsensical talking points. And if you're not careful, they bleed into each other and they don't make sense because like we said before, you can't keep saying that you did it first. So if we did it, it's not bad. But then also say that we didn't do it though. Those two things they don't make sense together, right? Listen again.
Terrorist organization who is
to get them to leave.
It's a combat zone. When there is a combat zone, when there is a terrorist organization who is hiding behind civilians.
When there's a terrorist organization, he says hiding behind civilians.
You should let them run
away.
And if you are blocking them,
if you're blocking them, so the idea is that if you're blocking the civilians from running away,
you're aiding and abetting a terrorist organization.
Whoa, wait a minute. So the terrorist organization is aiding and abetting a terrorist organization? No, you see what he meant to say there is that the innocent civilians, because that's what he's trying to tell you in the beginning, they're all guilty, are aiding and abetting the terrorists if they're being blocked from running away? What? See, you can't have it both ways. You can't pretend that they're being forced to stay and then say that they're guilty for supporting them because they're being forced to stay. That means they're being forced to stay, buddy, if that's your argument. But you see, that doesn't matter. They argue in this one sentence, he argues everything at the same time. You can choose which one you like. This is Zionist propaganda, guys. And on top of that, you can quite literally prove that they're not, as we'll show you next, that they're another hostage just stood up and said that the only thing keeping me safe was Hamas and that I was most afraid of the Israeli bombs. That's basically everyone that's come out of there. And this lunatic will keep screaming the opposite. Listen again.
Should leave.
Zone. When there is a terrorist organization who is hiding behind civilians, you should let them run away. And if you are blocking them, you're aiding and abetting a terrorist organization, using them as human shields. That's not a moral thing to do.
So now basically you just said that the person being forced to be a shield is now aiding a terrorist organization. Or so they're guilty because they're being forced. So are the people at a bank robbery now guilty of the bank robbery? The point is nobody needs that. The only people that still believe them are people that already know they're being lied to and are part of the lie. I truly believe that. Save for some sliver of people out there that just have no idea what's going on. It is wild how clear this is.
And if the United Kingdom want to be a humanitarian country that cares about human rights and human lives, they would help the Gazans who wants to leave the area leave and not aid Hamas to use them as human shields.
I've got an idea. Why don't you let them come over the border into Israel?
Oh, yes, the classic argument, because you want to keep them safe, right? Well, bring them in. You said they're the good ones, right? They're not the bad ones. It's Hamas. You want to save them, right? Bring them in Israel. No, we can't do that. Why not? Because they're all terrorists.
They flee into
because they
Israel.
Are our enemies. Because they are
the children are your enemies?
They are our enemies. And according to international treaties about refugees in the time of war.
Oh, now we're citing international agreements with the UN? I thought the UN was Hamas. Can't you get your narrative straight?
You don't let them conquer your country with refugees.
Oh, so you mean the refugees that are in Palestine before you force them into the camps, and now they're the ones conquering you by wanting their land back? I mean, I don't know if this guy is just that deranged, like actually drinking his own Kool-Aid, or is just really bad at trying to argue, presenting his broken narrative. I don't even know, or I frankly don't even care at this point. That is how embarrassingly stupid this all is. This is why it's not hard to see that people aren't buying this anymore. The only reason it was working before is because people were afraid to be called racist. And now that has lost its power because of morons like that. They call everything anywhere anti-Semitic if they want to. Here are some of the children. Now, I'm sorry, these aren't super graphic, but it's still upsetting. Matt Kennard says, this is Zionism. No civilized world can coexist with it. It must be dismantled in full. This is one of the many children that are suffering. This is from Gaza. This is the guy, the enemies that guy just told you, or this is his enemy, that child. Does that sound like a normal person? Here is Smotrich. He says the IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas and not just focusing on the military infrastructure. We are eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and elements of the economic governmental system. Because it's just, they're attacking all of Palestine, which is what we were telling you. Now, if you want to pretend they're all Hamas, then you're, first of all, an idiot. And secondly, the idea is that anything under that Hamas rule that the Israeli government forced into reality after 2006. Now, look, if you want to pretend they voted that in and that somehow makes sense to you, good luck with that. They were telling you they're terrorists their whole lives, but now we're going to let them vote and let them pick that. Like you would let the groups that you call terrorists vote for. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But fine. Let's pretend like they voted him in. Okay, 2006, they voted him in. And then they challenge it. They said, we don't agree with that. Okay, so then there's no democracy in the first place if you get to choose what the bottom line is, Hamas being the element that was in control, whether or not they were voted in, became the government. So that means you get a library card. Anything overlapping with the government structure is going to be somehow connected back to it. Now, all this time goes by, a whole different conversation. To argue then suddenly that anybody even connected to that, just because that was the case that you forced in because you funded them to keep them divided, which I'll just grab this in case you guys don't know that. Even Haaretz put this out right after October 7th. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state, you know, what they kept pretending they wanted, has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. That's Haaretz. Okay? That's Haaretz. He said, this is our strategy. 2019. Not hard to see, guys. So, when he's telling you this, that means they're targeting anybody that existed in Palestine because of what they made the reality. Innocent people, change officials, economic, government, school, they know what they're doing. And even if you pretend they're Hamas, those are still crimes. They're not militarized. Now here is even BBC. Everyone's turning. Everyone's starting to call this out, which I will accept. But I'm never going to pretend like they didn't blindly support genocide for a year and still probably do if it suits their interests.
First thing to say about this is that it's absolutely shameful that the only story we have about Gaza on tomorrow's front pages is about pro-Gaza protests in the UK. We have, a few days ago, an Israeli parliamentarian said on Israeli media, he said, we can do what we want. I'm paraphrasing. Nobody cares. We can kill 100 Palestinians in Gaza over one night, which has been happening with frequency, and nobody cares anymore. The world will just let us do it. And it seems that our media are determined to prove him right, because for weeks now, that is exactly what we've had. We've had a UK...
I mean, imagine that statement and not changing the entire conversation. Now, look, I'll be the first to say that because idiots like Lindsey Graham say something like lunacy doesn't mean that everyone thinks that. But it still matters that a member of Congress said that. So if you have these people over here going, look, we can murder who we want, and then you see them murdering who they want, and that doesn't change the conversation, there's nothing left to see there. You know what's happening. They're supporting that outcome. Whether left or right, that's the reality.
Surgeon who's working out of a hospital in Gaza, he's been giving interviews and saying, this is what it's like. It's 100 killed one night, 150 killed another night, 75 another night. He says, this is a slaughterhouse.
Yep.
This is like being in a slaughterhouse. We have seen the Israeli government absolutely say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, if only people had listened to when we were screaming that. October, a month after this started, October 7th, the week, 6 months, or how about 10 years before this started? When people like Robert Inlakesh were screaming about what they were doing. You see, the craziness is that why suddenly they think it's so, now we're good. I'm glad they're pointing it out, but this is so, it's not new. And you can prove it if you just care to look.
What they're doing is ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and we are not covering it. It is not on the front pages of our newspapers. And that in itself is a disgrace, and that is what allows it to keep going on.
Okay, I mean, there have been statements, statements ever from Keir Starmer and other European leaders, obviously.
Statements, but
UN.
not action. Israel doesn't care about statements. The Israeli government, which is the most extreme government that Israel has ever had, and is saying out loud, we're going to corral Palestinians in Gaza, basically into a concentration camp in a little bit of the strip, and we're going to
even use the word concentration. Like, we're going to concentrate them into this area. That was Smotrich. That wasn't by accident.
Take over the rest, and is starving and slaughtering people on a daily basis. It does not care that Canada, France, and the UK says, well, if you carry on doing this, we're going to do something terrible. We need to be actually taking action now, today. Action that Israel will be forced, compelled to listen to and stop. Everything else is meaningless and is allowing this to continue.
We haven't seen.
Now, interestingly, someone in the chat points this out, pull the strings, and this is important to understand about the voting overlap. He says only, and I can't confirm the exact numbers, but the point is the same. He says only 12% of Gazans could have voted for Hamas, as 50% of the population are children, and 25% of that were children when Hamas was voted in, and Hamas only won with 51. Actually, it wasn't 51%. I think it was it was a plurality. It wasn't a majority. So nonetheless, the point is that you can't pretend that even today that they all voted for him, because that's not the truth. Let alone the fact that, like I said, I don't even buy that at the end of the day. But it's just everywhere you look, this stuff is out there. Stuff like this. As Glenn Greenwald points out, day after day, for 19 months, and with no end in sight. Entire families extinguished. Small children blown to bits by the thousands. This one is from an airstrike on the home of 2 married physicians who work at one of Gaza's last functional hospitals, all paid for by the United States. 9 siblings, under 12 years old, killed by an Israeli strike on their home in Gaza. Why? Because they're medical, because they're working on people and saving lives. So they target their homes. This is what happens to people that help Palestinians. That's the message. You think the U.S. cares? No, they're going to give them more money. This is what the current administration is supporting, just like the one before it did, regardless of the narrative. Ongoing. Makes me sick. They were the children of 2 doctors who work at the Nasir Hospital in Khan Yunis. One son survived but was critically wounded. Witness said the children's mother collapsed upon seeing their bodies brought into the hospital where she works. You want to have a horrible night? Read the comments. Read what some of these absolute monsters are saying and laughing and sharing. Look at their Twitter feeds. Look at their Instagrams as they laugh about. That's what you get. F around and find out. That's the kind of stuff you get right now. Francesca Albanese from the UN writes, 2 doctors go to work to assist others. 9 of their children are killed by an Israeli missile targeting their home. Only surviving child is in critical condition. Targeting families in the still standing buildings, distinguishable, sadistic pattern of the new phase of the genocide. Now, of course, what you get from the propagandists out there fighting to support the, current administration or whatever the game is, left and right. Here's Fox. Israeli intel. So right there, you understand. That's where you should understand something's going. Israeli says, okay, what are they getting at? Indicates Hamas held hostages at new Gaza hospital. Oh, great. So you're using 2 and 1. They're using human shields, which then just allows you to do whatever you want, even though no one's ever proven that. And you can, in fact, prove it's not happening right now, if it ever did. That's straight up the facts, especially for even, whether UN or not, or anybody else. You going to show me one example from October 7th forward where you can prove it's happening? I'll give you $100. Not some broken narrative of what Israel says or some foggy video. At the same time, I can't even. I've lost count. What is it? 9, 10 examples where you've caught them on video since October 7th using Palestinian human shields, and examples of the mosquito protocol or the neighbor procedure. These are their terms. It's just, you get these moments in the show where I'm like, why am I even talking about this? Everyone either knows this or is pretending it's not the case and doesn't care. That's how I feel about it, because it's so obvious. So Fox News, Israel says they were using human shields and it was the hospital. Okay, we all good? That's why they bombed those children, bombed the hospital, because they were you. Well, guess what? They're lying to you, just like they always are. Here's even the Associated Press. Generally, not about that one example, but generally, Israel's use of human shields in Gaza was systematic. Soldiers and former detainees all tell the Associated Press. This is not new information. I've made this clip. I've played a million times. I'll play a little part of it. This goes back as far as you want to look. 2013, Palestinian children tortured, used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shield avoid jail. On and on and on. It cites the Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. And yeah, but we're all going to debate this as we scream what? That, like everything else. They're raping, torture dungeons. No, oh, you mean all the things you're provably doing? And now we can prove that even that the rape and everything else didn't happen? And yet we still have to go through this process? And I'm not going to say we should suddenly start believing everything they say about them or denying what they claim. But if you've got an evidence, a track record of lying consistently, every time getting caught, so maybe we should start asking, maybe they're lying about this. Maybe that behooves us to consider that possibility. I included the clip down there for yourself. Here's even CNN, for crying out loud. This is from October 24th, last year, 2024. The Israeli military has used Palestinians as human shields in Gaza, says former, same thing. Here's Viva Frey stepping in with some logic for you. First of all, let's listen to what Vaughn here had to say. Forgot to grab this. So I'm not sure what I think about. I'm not too familiar with his work, quite frankly, but, you know, one of these came kind of exploded on the scene. And they, you know, I think people like this have a tendency to be taken advantage of by people in this, you know, just trying to get to the truth, and people, you know, you come in with like a Tucker overlap, whatever, that they feel they can listen to, and, you know, they get taken advantage of. Like whether Ian Carroll, which, by the way, what happened to that guy? So here's what Vaughn had to put out. And my point is, he came out and he said, what are we doing? Right? Like, he's calling, good for him for coming out, whether it's a year later or not, and calling this out. First, watch this.
You know, I wanted to say something. There's been something that's just been kind of on my heart, and so I feel like I should bring it up. There is, you know, we've had people on the podcast in the past to talk about it. And there's a conflict that's been happening in the Middle East. People know about it, between Israel and Palestine and some of the areas over there, the Gaza area they talk about. And
look, if you guys know, if you have, you know, reach out, tell him I'd like to join and have a conversation about this, so we can actually get some, you know. But I mean, I think he's had some guests on that know what they're talking about this, you know. But this is a reason that TLAV, more than, you know, along a lot of people like us in the field that are objective and nonpartisan, don't get boxed out of anything, because we come with you know, the provable source material about the facts that challenge both sides of the paradigm. Nobody wants that in the, you know, even the people that are not part of the mainstream in many ways have strings connected back to some mainstream apparatus, whether funding, whether platform. And so all those things get pulled. And you guys know this, you're part of this community. We get boxed out from everything for a very clear reason. But reach out, see if it'll happen.
And I just think it feels to me, I don't know if it feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our.
And so he struggled with this clearly, right? Because I feel like, so this, my personal instinct, you guys can decide, tell me what you think. And again, I'm not too familiar with the work. I don't even think I've even seen a full show. But the point is, my gut tells me that he was struggling with this, right? That he didn't want to say it because I think he knew it would hurt him, that people would attack him for it, but he did anyway. Now, regardless, I think that's, like I said, whether opportunism or just that he really cares, it's worth leaning into, because that we need more of people willing to put out on a large platform that. I mean, have you seen any others of these major Republican sides that are somewhat flirting with the truth? Have they said genocide? Because it is, guys. It's a genocide. It's one of the most obvious you've ever seen in your life.
In front of our lives. And I don't, sometimes I feel like I should say something. I'm not a geologist or geographer or anything like that, you know, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know, though. Like, I know the basics of the issues over there, but for me, it's just like how I feel like you see all these photos of people, just children, women, people, body parts, just.
Yeah, I mean, you get it. You get it. I mean, and he's, you know, he meant geology, I imagine, you know, he's struggling, you know, clearly. But the point is that he called it out, put himself out there to call this out. I think that's commendable. And he simply said, what are we doing? Here's what Viva Frey had to say. It is human to feel sad at the consequences of war. My God. But the first thing you need to do is define what genocide means. Then you need to ask yourself if genocide, in quotes, starts by the purported victims of the genocide slaughtering over 1,000 innocent men, women, and children. You see where this goes? My God. Slaughtered over 1,000 innocent men, women, and children, most of which were the IDF, by the way, who group purportedly committing this genocide. Most of which, by the way, were killed by the IDF. But of course, those facts don't matter for the lawyer here. Does slaughtering over 1,000 people in villages and attending a peace concert? It was a rave, first of all. And there was so many other points about this, about how it was moved, about how they were then used by human shields. We could see on video by the IDF shooting at the other people everywhere. So many of these things they're just ignoring or don't care about or lying about. Is the murder of over 1,000 people genocide? Like, what does any of this have to do with the fact that you can clearly, objectively look at what they're doing and recognize from a moral perspective that it's wrong? But you're trying to nuance this with the fact, well, look, even if everything you're saying is true, you're going to talk down Vaughn from recognizing that now it is, regardless of how it started, that it's wrong objectively. It's just gross what he's doing right here in every possible way. He goes, is the murder of over 1,000 people genocide? If not, why not? Well, first of all, because you know the answer, because it does not meet the metrics of legally defined genocide. This one does, in every possible way. I'm sure he's somehow working into calling South Africa genocide. I don't know. I don't follow his work in that way, but maybe he seems pretty partisan to me. The point is, right now, the argument is that that one's a genocide, even though it doesn't meet the metrics, but this one does, but that one's not. It's just dumb what's going on right now. He says, if it is, did you call that one out at that time? That's not a valid argument. That is a non-starter for me. Just because you didn't call it, maybe you didn't see it, maybe you didn't care, does that have any effect on whether you still think this one is, or you could call it that because it objectively is? Just because you feel the need to say something doesn't mean you should say it until you fully considered, oh, thank you. What's his name? Gosh, what's that guy's name? Just Murray. Thank you, Douglas Murray. Have you been? This is the guy you're talking to. Is the kidnapping, rape, and slaughter, see where we're going, of 1,000 people qualifies an act of genocide in your view? So you ended with calling him out? No, first of all, rape did not happen. That's been proven 45 times over from the UN, from the people that were there. It didn't happen. Now, in regard to the evidence we have, to make it as clear as possible, what you can prove is that they were raping people in their prisons, Israel, that they were actively doing, there's a rampant problem going on, but this is what we end up with. Or the slaughter of 1,000 people. How about we recognize things like the Hannibal Directive, that even Galant has now admitted, the colonels have admitted, that they've ordered in multiple locations, not just that looked like, but they ordered the Hannibal Directive, which means they killed their own people. These are all facts, guys. Insane to me. And so Marcus says the IDF killing 50,000 plus Palestinians, including over 14,000 children, is not a proportional response to October 7th. Are you insane? Here's what he says. So you're suggesting the proportional response is that Israel should go and murder and rape 1,000 plus? See, he's lost in that argument or doesn't care about the truth. To say that they should respond by doing the thing that didn't happen in the first place, their atrocity prop. Did you miss the babies on a clothesline, the 40 beheaded babies, the babies in an oven, the gutting of the woman, all of which were proven to have been manufactured to create people like you? Do you want to pick the Palestinians who get murdered and raped, Marcus? What are you talking about? You seem to have the answers, proportional, right? He's simply pointing out that what you're saying is insane. They've gone so far over the top to even if you claim 1,000 is what happened, look at what they're doing right now. And your response is to chastise Vaughn for saying that? I can't read this person anymore. I used to think he was somewhat intelligent, but no idea what's going on here. A rape for a rape, a murder for a murder? That's not even remotely what he was saying. You're being so disingenuous about this, or maybe you're just not as smart as I thought you were. As I have said before, he says, I don't agree with Israel's response. Oh, very brave of you. But I can identify a stupid argument when I see one. It's sad. It makes me sad because people listen to this person. Too bad. Well, here's somebody you should be paying attention to. Dan Cohen says, another former captive, another one in a long string of them, an active duty soldier, by the way, somebody he would call a hostage, I'm sure. Not a hostage is the point. IDF member, meaning you are not a hostage, you're a detainee, says Israeli bombings were the greatest danger to her life in Gaza, and she was nearly killed when an airstrike partially collapsed the house she was in. How many times? I think at least 4 examples we have of these people saying that the member of Hamas shielded their body. with their own body to protect them. Look it up. It's not hard to see. These are all facts at this point. Israel and the U.S. still maintain the farce that the military pressure, a euphemism for mass murder, compels Hamas to release captives. Over and over. Or just, again, the Hannibal Directive. This is an important show. The undeniable reality of October 7th foreknowledge, the foreknowledge as well, and the Hannibal Directive. And people just don't care that don't want to see it. Here's what Caitlin said. Anyone who says Gaza will be at peace if Hamas just surrenders and releases the hostages is either knowingly sowing disinformation or ignorantly sowing misinformation. We need to make sure everyone's clear on this. So no one can say that they don't know after history unpacks this one, which they all will. Just like that, the phrase out there will say, oh, well, like try to frame it as somehow being on one side or the other, like any number of people in the past where they always come out and act like it was somehow hard to tell or we listen to the right sources, always. Netanyahu has made it completely and unambiguously clear that even if Hamas surrendered today, and I've said this 100 times over, more than Netanyahu, by the way, they all have, many of them, that even if they surrender today and released every single hostage, Trump's ethnic cleansing plan will still need to be implemented as a precondition for ending the mass slaughter. It's all very public, and yet we get the arguments from people that either, again, like she said, don't know or are lying about it. She says, to be absolutely 100% clear, Trump's plan for Gaza is that all Palestinians be removed on a permanent basis, never allowed to return, which is a textbook crime. There is no way to permanently remove all Palestinians from a Palestinian territory without material coercion, meaning more mass-scale violence and siege warfare. This is also no way to argue. There is also no way to argue that this mass displacement would be voluntary, since Israel has been deliberately and systematically making the Gaza Strip uninhabitable by destroying civilian infrastructure. That's why the guy goes, it's a war zone. You don't get to manufacture the reason that you say they have to go for moral reasons. Forcing them to choose between starvation and an uninhabitable wasteland or submit to ethnic cleansing is exactly the same as forcing them out at gunpoint. It was obvious that this was Israel's plan for Gaza in October 2023, as many of us were calling out. They even had actual plans, guys. Plans to move the civilian population out of the enclave were already being circulated within days of the onslaught, but that wasn't Israel's official and openly stated policy until Trump's administration. Now that Israel is clearly and explicitly stating this agenda in public, there's absolutely no excuse for anyone to continue circulating the lie that the suffering of the people of Gaza ends if Hamas surrenders. They're still saying that. People like, I always forget his name now. The big lumbering idiot that's in Congress, he says that all the time. Just surrender. Remember that big moment where the big talking point that was release the hostages, end the war. That's never been true. From day one, they told you that, just like she's highlighting. What happens is that their homeland will be permanently taken away from them as they are shipped off to a foreign land, and Gaza will cease to exist as a Palestinian territory. Now, the idea of whether they're shipped off to some new settlement is completely up for debate. I'm starting to feel like this will end up them being in some kind of a prison camp. That's what it feels like to me. Because they're overlapping this with the immigration and deportation point, using the same locations. These people are not going to some camp. They're going to prison. That's not peace, she writes. Or if it is, it's not the peace of an empty room. Or if it is, it's the peace of an empty room. The peace of a room full of corpses. Saying you made peace by removing the Palestinians from Palestine is like saying you settled an argument by decapitating one of the arguers. That's the only peace the people of Palestine will experience if Hamas lays down its arms, losing everything they've ever known forever on pain of death. That is the inconvenient truth people are trying to hide when they say this all ends when Hamas surrenders and releases the hostages. That is the deception they are sowing. And she literally cites exactly what they're saying, pointing to their own statements. But that doesn't matter, apparently. Lastly, just want to reiterate this, because I understand this, like I said before. Craig Murray says this, that he supports this. I support military intervention to entirely and permanently abolish the apartheid state of Israel. Now, this is a dangerous thing. Again, I really think it's important to highlight that I completely get this. Maybe that's the only way this ends. And my point is, if the only objective, which it seems like it should be in this case, is to stop these people from being annihilated, that may be what it doesn't seem like they care about anything else. My problem is that suits their interests. I almost feel like that's going to be what they lean into. because the U.S. government, maybe through NATO, something else, will argue that they're doing it for humanitarian reasons. It'll be spun into some kind of partisan, the Republican MAGA team's going to roll it into some kind of, we're saving it like we promised. We told you. Promise is kept, whatever. It'll be occupation. It'll probably end up being that Hamas fought them, and so we had to fight back. I mean, who knows? It's obvious where it might go. At the end game, destruction. And permanent occupation for Israel and the United States, like we always told you was coming, and they'll then say that you asked for that. Now, I'm not saying I have an alternative, because trust me, I get it. I just don't think that any of these people should be involved. If you're going to do something like that, there needs to be a different dynamic, how that plays out. And it can't involve the parties like the U.S., Israel, the West at all, it seems. But it's just dangerous to see where it goes. And I feel like any way you go at this point, they're going to try to abuse it for their benefit. So I don't think they should be involved at all. So I just hope people can find the willingness, the courage, the discernment, right? To point out what this is, to highlight the reality, not based on what narrative one side or other is saying, but like we just showed you, what they're pointing to. This is what they said they were going to do. Here's the evidence of their settlements in the places they claim they don't want to occupy. It's all right there. We need to recognize that the Palestinian people are the focal point of all of this, and they're using them left and right. But at the end of the day, as long as you're willing to stand up and call this out and fight for the people that deserve it, right? What's correct, the moral principle, like from your perspective, we can disagree on that. That's the reality, is you're never going to agree with everybody out there. But from your perspective out there listening, fight for what you believe in, your principles, your integrity, with clarity. Like, don't be bound by some kind of an argument that someone else tells you aligns with what you think you want. You know what you want. You know what feels right. And I believe that most of you out there are good people. Otherwise, they wouldn't pretend to be. So just don't be swayed into something that feels wrong because of partisanship. It's everywhere. I believe in you guys. So believe in us. I love you all, as always. Question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years, many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head. Some shootings have been captured on video.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds.
The UN reports that to date, more than 80% of Gaza's population has been displaced, and the majority of its buildings destroyed.
You're not real. You're not real.
What? You are? Is any of it real? I mean, look at this. Look at it! A world built on fantasy. Synthetic emotions in the form of pills. Psychological warfare in the form of advertising. Mind-altering chemicals in the form of food. Brainwashing seminars in the form of media. Controlled, isolated bubbles in the form of social networks. Real? You want to talk about reality? We haven't lived in anything remotely close to it since the turn of the century. We turned it off, took out the batteries, snacked on a bag of GMOs while we tossed the remnants in the ever-expanding dumpster of the human condition. We live in branded houses, trademarked by corporations, built on bipolar numbers, jumping up and down on digital displays, hypnotizing us into the biggest slumber mankind has ever seen. You have to dig pretty deep, kiddo, before you can find anything real. We live in a kingdom of